Our planet's population is aging fast. 1 in every 6 will be age 60 or over within a decade. More people are already over 65 and under 5, a triumph of modern science and medicine, yet also a grand global challenge. Together, we are rising to the challenge. With global collaborations, with global solutions to build age-friendly community and age-ready community. Let science lead to improve health span, to embrace a future where everyone not only lives longer, but healthier and happier. We pledge to support the United Nations Decade of Healthy Aging.
Please welcome the Program Chair of the Rising to the Challenge Healthy Aging Forum, Hui Kai, Vice President and Head of Content at WuXi AppTec.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year. And thank you for joining us today. My name is Hui Kai, Vice President and Head of Content at WuXi AppTec. It is my honor to welcome you to the Healthy Aging Forum 2022. And we're so proud to co-host this forum with Singapore's Agency for Science, Technology and Research and the Davos Alzheimer's Collaborative. At the WuXi AppTec, helping patients is at the center of everything we do. We also believe that global challenges requires global collaborations and global solutions. So when the UN General Assembly declared 2021 to 2030 as the UN Decade of Healthy Aging, we knew that we had to do our part to contribute. Today, we gather across borders and time zones to bring together the best and the most visionary at the forefront of tackling aging, this global challenge. And we hope today's discussions will inspire more such discussions to come and many more actions. I would like to extend my big thank you to our esteemed speakers for your wonderful support. And thank you everyone for joining us from wherever you are around the world. It's now my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Steve Young, Co-CEO of WuXi AppTec, Mr. Frederick Chu, CEO of Singapore's Agency for Science, Technology and Research, and Mr. George Radenberg, Chairman of Davos Alzheimer's Collaborative, to deliver the opening remarks.
Please welcome Steve Yang, Co-CEO of WuXi AppTec.
Greetings. As co-CEO of WuXi AppTec, it is my pleasure to welcome you to Rising to the Challenge Healthy Aging Forum 2022. In solidarity with the United Nations Decades of Healthy Aging Initiative, WuXi AppTec, and the Government of Singapore's Agency for Science, Technology and Research, and Davos Alzheimer Collaborative are proud to co-host this first ever global forum. The challenge and opportunity is clear. 1 in 6 people in the world will be aged 65 or over by 2050, according to the United Nations. We are entering this new era with longer lifespans, and the scientific advances and the collaborative efforts will be key to addressing the unique health challenges of elderly and their communities. As a proud supporter of the UN Decade of Healthy Aging Initiative, WuXi AppTec recognizes that aging impacts all generations. And we believe that a new era of healthy aging is possible if we work together and let science lead. That's why we're proud to be part of a community of a global biotech and healthcare partners who are driving innovation to help older people. Today, you will hear from nearly 30 global leaders at the forefront of tackling aging challenges. including top executives from life science community, preeminent researchers, and key stakeholders who are promoting partnerships and actionable approaches in this new era of healthy aging. On behalf of WuXi AppTec, thank you for participating in this inaugural Healthy Aging Forum. I am hopeful that today's discussion will inspire innovative thinking and tangible solutions for a future where people of all age can enjoy a longer and a healthier life. Thank you.
Please welcome Frederick Chu, CEO of Singapore's Agency for Science, Technology and Research.
Welcome to the Healthy Aging Forum 2022, co-hosted by WuXi, AppTec, Davos Alzheimer's Collaborative, and the Agency for Science, Technology and Research, or ASTAR, here in Singapore. This is a very exciting and relevant conference, and we hope that in this conference we will delve deeper into what healthy aging means for all our countries represented here, what it means for the world. In this conference, there will be speakers who will provoke our thinking along issues like biological mechanisms for longevity, technologies like assistive robotics, and perhaps how to restructure and rethink how we organize our hospitals and even our medical school curriculums so that we usher in a future world that is aging and senior friendly. We need to prepare for a silver tsunami. Speaking from Singapore's perspective, why is this important for us? By 2030, a quarter of our population will be over 65 years old. We are today already seeing a life span of 85 years old for our people, and this age is expected to rise in the years to come. So we need to act early in order to make sure that we are in time for the future. And not only Singapore, I understand that many other countries are now having to grapple with this significant, clear and present issue of aging. In Singapore, we have also set up a ministerial committee to look into this issue so that we can coordinate across not just whole of government, but whole of nation, our collective response to healthy aging. A task force has also been set up on the ground, and we've been rolling out an end-to-end program from active outreach to our seniors to preventive health and to programs that would excite the rest of society and galvanize the rest of society together to tackle this issue of aging. Well, it is our hope that through this conference, we'll come up with tangible initiatives that would inform our respective organizations and countries as we forge ahead. In conclusion, we believe here in A-STAR that a triple helix approach is critical to addressing healthy aging for the future. Academia needs to work hand in hand with governments and hand in hand with industry so that we come out with practical, real solutions that will ready us for this future world. I wish everyone a very productive conference, and I hope you all make good associations and have good networking as well so that we can collectively tackle this concern in the years ahead. Thank you very much.
Please welcome George Radenberg, founding chairman of the Davos Alzheimer's Collaborative.
Welcome to all the attendees of the Healthy Aging Forum 2022. Couldn't be more pleased to co-host this with my partners at WuXi AppTec and with Singapore Science and Technology Authorities. This is an extraordinary forum. It's an extraordinary audience. All sectors of and stakeholders in the fight against the diseases that affect healthy aging all over the world are present with this forum. My name is George Radenberg. I am chairman of the Davos Alzheimer's Collaborative, which is a partnership between the Global CEO Initiative on Alzheimer's, and the World Economic Forum. I am also the convener of the Global CEO Initiative on Alzheimer's, which is all of the companies and biotechs, both pharma and biotechs, that have molecules in this therapeutic space of Alzheimer's. I look forward to this conference because it does two amazing things. It emphasizes and highlights the need for collaboration across all the sectors and all the geographies of the world. And it is a very action-oriented forum, so that we learn here through your contributions and your reactions to the panels, the actions we should be taking to encourage healthy aging in the coming decade. So I look forward to the conference. I look forward to your questions. I look forward to your insights. And I look forward to your active engagement, not just at this forum, but also in the coming year and years ahead in our efforts to solve the problems of the aging population and create healthy aging for everyone in the world. Thank you for attending, and I'm delighted to be co-hosting.
The global population is aging faster than ever before in history. This demographic shift will have a tremendous impact on almost all aspects of societies around the world, scientifically, socially, and economically. In this opening plenary session, Aging, the Grand Challenge, our panel of leading experts will offer diverse perspectives on how to embrace both the challenges and opportunities of this new era of aging. Please welcome Kate Bingham, Managing Partner, SV Health Investors, Luigi Ferrucci, Scientific Director, National Institute of Aging of NIH, Paul Irving, Chairman, Milken Institute Center for the Future of Aging, Distinguished Scholar in Residence, USC Davis School of Gerontology, and Session Leader, Mikael Preminger, Regional Head, Johnson & Johnson Innovation East North America.
Welcome again, everyone, to the Healthy Aging Forum 2022 and to this opening session, Aging, the Grand Challenge. My name is Mikael Preminger. I head Johnson & Johnson Innovation in East North America, and I'm pleased to moderate this session in which our plan would be to give you and set the stage for this meeting by discussing the key issues, double-click on some of the challenges related to healthy aging, touch on the progress that has been made in the field and what we hope for the future. We hope to not only provide you with important information, but also trigger your curiosity about what's coming on the agenda in the upcoming sessions. We're also very fortunate to be joined today by three prominent and accomplished leaders whose combined perspectives, informed by unique roles in the healthy aging ecosystem, can come together to provide a holistic view of the field. So I'm pleased to kick off the session by inviting each one of you, Kate, Luigi, and Paul, to introduce yourselves.
I can start. Luigi Ferrucci. I am a geriatrician and an epidemiologist. My position currently, I am the scientific director of the National Institute of Aging in Baltimore, from the National Institute of Health in the United States. And my interest is studying the process by which older age lead to disability, both physical and cognitive, and to identify targets that could be used to prevent such a decline.
Thank you, Luigi. Kate, please go ahead.
So, hi, thank you. So my interest as a venture capitalist is looking at all the different mechanisms that contribute to human aging, and to explore whether or not there are specific pharmaceutical interventions that can actually address that. So I think one of the key focuses that we spend time on at SV is in the field of dementia. And so that's one of the areas that I am very interested in this topic.
Thank you, Kate. And Paul, let me invite you to introduce yourself.
Thank you, Michael. Great to be with all of you. I'm Paul Irving. I'm chairman and founder of the Milken Institute Center for the Future of Aging, and also have a faculty position at the University of Southern California, Leonard Davis School of Gerontology. My principal interest is changing the narrative, is recognizing the potential and possibility of healthy longevity and the stakes that all of us have in investing in this remarkable opportunity that we have ahead of us.
Thank you so much, Paul, for making this introduction. To get us started, I would like to invite you, Luigi, to share with us a little bit of the backdrop for this. So in the opening session, we heard about the general problem. We got an opportunity to experience a little bit of the sense of urgency that is felt about what is going on. If I can actually ask you to set the stage for us, but by sharing how we got here, actually, what has led us to this crisis?
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I think that, I'll start by saying that almost 50 years ago, somebody told me that I needed to study aging. I was almost a child, because aging of the population was the power that will change everything in our society, from the family structure to our economy, to healthcare, to the way we organize our society. And so I became interested very, very early. And what really strikes me is that we are the victim of our success. The aging of the population should be considered as something that we did incredibly well, because instead of experiencing mortality at the age of 20 and 30, we live a long life because we have done something to provoke this. But this success came with some side effects, and we are now facing this complication that I don't think is unsurmountable, but are very, very important that we understand where they come from. And to make a very long story short, I think that a very, rough trait, this demographic transformation started with the improvement of the living condition, the availability of water, the availability of food, that generated the more and more people that used to die at the age of 1 or at the age of 10 starting to survive. And so they went on and lived for a longer time. And so the population expanded, and the population of aging on overall expanded. And that also was paired by the fact that people tended to start living in cities. And, the urbanization was also a very important social phenomenon there. But the side effect was that because they didn't need anymore such large families that would work in their factories and in their, then the fertility rate started going down. So you can imagine that you reduce mortality, you reduce fertility, and you have this expansion of the population that let's say it's a success, but generated a lot of problems. Later on, and more recently, our success comes from the discovery of medical ability to treat disease. The prevention, especially the prevention of cardiovascular disease, really generated a much larger survival for older people. So instead of increasing survival at the early part of life, we expand the survival at the late part of life. So many more people survive to very, very old age, driving the increased prevalence of chronic disease, but the fertility also tended to go down even more. And in these centuries, we are at the turning point where there are much more people that the population starts shrinking because there is an excess reduction in fertility compared to mortality. So in many countries, we see in the future a shrinking of the population and a change in the population structure, where there will be a lot more older people than younger people. Because of that, Our only hope is that we will transform our older age community in a community of people that are strong, that can live, they can enjoy life, they can be productive. And so working on this goal is really the great challenge of our century. If we cannot do that, the transformation, a demographic transformation, will create problems that we will not be able to afford.
Thank you, Luigi. I think this is a wonderful segue to actually focusing on the specific challenges that come with that reality that you just described. And so let me invite you, Kate, and then Paul, and maybe back to you, Luigi, too, to comment on what you see from your vantage point as the most important challenges related to healthy aging and the road to extending health span and sustained resilience. I'm sure you will be talking about some of those terms in your address. So Kate, happy to.
Thank you, Michelle. So for me, what I think is interesting is to try and understand the underlying processes of the different drivers of basically what's molecular and cellular damage. So you've got the accumulation of these changes, which is resulting in increased diseases. And we need to understand the different processes that are driving the diseases so that we can either slow down or stop or reverse the effects of those damages, whether it's molecular or cellular. And that's so that we can actually treat the underlying mechanisms that are causing the diseases associated with aging, rather than just trying to treat individual diseases. And although we talk about, dementia as a sort of holistic condition, actually it's obviously made up of a whole bunch of different conditions, and it's really almost a syndrome, and we've just got to unpick it all and understand what are the different drivers. And it's obviously made way more complex in this area because you've got multiple different disease mechanisms going on at the same time, which is driving what is commonly seen as the multimorbidity. So I think you've got a lot of different mechanisms operating at different speeds, operating on different cells and tissues at the same time. And we don't have good translational models. So again, if I use dementia as an example, one of the challenges has been that I think, mice have been easy to use in lots of different clinical indications, but actually a mouse brain is very different from a human brain. And we don't have a good way of actually modeling what's going on from a translational perspective in humans. And that's, for me, is probably the single biggest challenge, that translational process from identifying mechanisms through to identifying what the biomarkers are in humans to then start monitoring what effects a pharmaceutical intervention may have.
Thank you, Kate. I think you're describing the complexity of the problem, and maybe I'll introduce here the term geroscience hypothesis for the audience, which is this idea that if we could intervene in the mechanisms that lead to aging, we will prevent actually the diseases that are associated with aging. And we could do this in a singular approach to actually prevent those multiple comorbidities. So I'm sure we'll touch on this again during the conversation. Let me turn to you, Paul, and hear a little bit from you. I think you have a slightly different focus.
A slightly different focus. So Kate is absolutely right, and I know we're going to be discussing as we move on today multiple morbidities, the question about whether aging is disease, et cetera. But I want to go back, if I can, to Luigi's comments and maybe add a bit more context. So I think the challenge for all of us is understanding what I often call the longevity paradox, and that is this remarkable achievement, probably the greatest achievement in the history of humankind, and that is the rough doubling of average lifespans in the last century or so. We've just in the last several decades, we've added 10, 20, 30 years to average lives. and we have no idea what to do with these additional years, which is kind of remarkable. So, as I often say, thinking about this from the perspective of a social scientist, you know, science, people like Luigi have done their part. It's people like me who've failed. And so the question is what are we going to do with these additional years, and how do we turn this really fascinating demographic shift from what so many call a silver tsunami into a golden opportunity? And what that is going to involve is a new narrative, which many of us are working on in many ways, whether it's the WHO or the National Academy of Medicine or others, and a promotion of healthy longevity, new opportunities for work and purpose, lifelong learning, a change in intergenerational relationships. We'll talk more about some of these things as we move along, but I think the great challenge for us is thinking about really every institution, public and private, in the world in a new way, in a way that none of our forebears could have anticipated. A brand new age demography for the world, and that's incredibly exciting. And by the way, if we succeed, that will mean more investment in as you described it, Mikhail, geroscience, bioscience. It'll mean more focus on prevention and wellness. It'll mean more innovation and more opportunity for more people to live meaningful, healthy, and better lives. So the stakes are high and the opportunities are great, and we have a lot of work to do.
What an important perspective, Paula. I think you're bringing the perspective of purpose and the social aspects of aging as equally important problems, maybe more, or challenges or opportunities. And this is definitely something that I would love the audience to take as we conclude this discussion. So thank you for making sure that we're all aware and thinking about this. And Luigi, back to you. I'm sure you have a lot to add to this discussion.
What a great perspective, Paul. I think that yeah, I mean that's probably really the great challenge, you know. And I think that you know, following what Kate said, you know, there's accumulation of damage that put all the people at high risk of developing multiple chronic disease, and some of them are really disastrous to the quality of life of people. But we do know that aging, it's really a fight, a continuous fight between damage accumulation and resilience strategy that have been evolving across millions of years. So that, you know, if you go deep into the biology, you know, the damage of the DNA, the damage to protein have counteracted by incredibly beautiful and well-characterized mechanisms that counteract this effect. And we need to learn what they are, and we need to learn how to reinforce them. And when we do an intervention, we really need to target them, because those are the natural mechanisms that biology put in place to preserve healthy aging. Let me say one more thing. You know, we have divided life in periods, in segments. You know, that you know, you're a child, a teenager, and then your working time, and then you retire, and then you are the oldest old. And that is really a problem, because we do know that there is no solution continuity between these very different periods. And if we start conceptualizing life as a life course perspective from childhood in our educational system, knowing that what you do now, we do know that the events that characterize childhood are reflected in the trajectories of aging. That may be the secret of understanding dementia is during what happened in pregnancy. If we start conceptualizing that, then we prepare ourselves what come later instead of completely ignoring them. If you ask to a teenager what's going to happen when you're older, they have no idea what to tell you. And that is a cultural shift that needs to occur in a more positive society toward the aging process.
Yeah.
Luigi, I agree with what you say, and the idea of being able to sort of harness the body's own immune system to cure disease. since that's already evolved and that's how nature has done it, I think there will be an increasing shift to therapeutics in that way. And one example I've got in the portfolio at SV is a UK company called Alchemab, which basically takes groups of resilient individuals, so whether or not they're long-term survivors of cancer or older people who've been, drinking, smoking, or have genetic risk factors, but finding those resilient individuals that are resisting disease, and then looking at, well, what could be the reasons that they are not suffering, or in the case of long-term cancer survivors, look at B-cell sequencing and look at actually pulling out antibodies to identify potentially therapeutic protective antibodies with an unbiased approach. So I think that sort of approach, I think, is going to be pretty interesting, because those are not individuals that would normally show up in clinical trials by definition, because they are healthy and well, even though as you profile them, they shouldn't be.
Yeah. Actually, this is thank you, Kate, for injecting this example. This is a good segue to a question that I thought it would be enjoyable to debate here a little bit. And this is really relating to how we approach aging, whether it is helpful to think about aging as a disease from an intervention perspective, from a drug development perspective, and of course, what are the implications of such definition from a societal perspective? So happy to invite some comments on this question that I think has multiple implications to it. I don't know if maybe Luigi, do you want to start?
Well, let me start, and then this will be a very interesting discussion. Are we going to cure chronic disease one by one, or are we going to address the biological mechanisms of aging? And I think that, I'll give you my perspective. I think that from 2 points of view. One is, if we think about the epidemiology and the clinical event that are occurring now, we have seen a dramatic reduction of mortality and morbidity by cardiovascular disease. There is a substantial decline of mortality from cancer that will be even more accelerated as the immunotherapy of cancer start being more popular. But what we have not seen at all is an improvement in the living condition and quality of life of people that are old and affected by multiple morbidity and disability. We have completely failed them. We don't know how to address them. And so clearly our approach to cure a single disease did not work there. And my old predecessor, Nathan Schock in 1958, when founded the Baltimore Longitudinal Study of Aging, wanted to distinguish normal aging from disease. This is a very old question, 1958. But over time, we have realized that that question is not the right question, because as our tools and technology improve, we can really find a really distinction, a very clear-cut distinction between the transition from health to disease. And I wanted to meditate on that, because that changed everything. From aging being a curiosity, almost an anthropological science, to aging being the fundamental, part of medicine. We do not understand the effect of biological aging on chronic disease. We will not improve the quality of life of those people with multimorbidity and disability. And so we will fail the most expanding portion of our population of patients.
Thank you, Luigi. Kate, maybe just injecting a little bit, just to expand on this, and Paul, will get to you because I know you have a lot to say about this. Just from a clinical trial perspective, kind of the mechanics, I know that you have a lot of interest in in kind of novel designs and approaches. Do you want to just speak to that?
Yeah, I think the issue on the clinical trials is what we typically do when we run clinical trials is to have as narrow a definition as possible for the patients that you include in the trials, because you want to get a very clear signal as to whether or not the particular mechanism you're targeting is actually safe and is it working. So we explicitly exclude, multiple morbidities, and we want to get as narrow a inclusion as possible. And those are typically, again, from an investor perspective, short-term trials, because we want to get an early answer before we would then, double down. So I think the real question is, how can both the individuals and the companies developing drugs, as well as the regulators, actually embrace the idea of multiple morbidities and, approve trials which target multiple conditions. And that will mean, if moving there will mean we need novel trial endpoints, we'll need novel biomarkers that actually represent a clear quantified measure of aging. And where I think we will likely end up is getting drugs approved on the back of different mechanisms, much in the ways we have with cancer, where we're seeing drugs now getting approved based on different mechanistic drivers of disease, rather than what is the organ in which the initial cancer is identified.
Yeah, thank you, Kate. So in some ways we see that adopting a disease approach could benefit our ability to mobilize. Paul, I know that you would not feel very comfortable with that, so to hear your perspective.
I know that I'm in the minority here, but I feel strongly, so I'm gonna use my minority status as a platform. I would implore my friends in the scientific community to remember that words count, and that aging, getting old, is about more than cognitive loss, decline, diminishment, lack of capacity, chronic disease, and death. It's also about wisdom and experience and contribution, and ultimately the economy of the future. I want you to think about the messages that defining aging as disease mean, as opposed to aging as risk factor for disease. The WHO, by the way, defines ageism as one of the great public health challenges globally of our time. Older adults are already sidelined, subjected to policies and practices and norms that sideline them, that disable their ability to engage productively and to continue to learn and produce and engage in purposeful lives. Within the scientific community, I totally get it. I'm not naive to the realities, and I think none of us who do the work I do are. But as I say, words matter, and the way scientists think about aging affects not just science. It affects policy, it affects business practice, it affects the broader culture, it affects media, and most importantly, it affects the way individuals and families think about their own life course. So just something to consider from the minority.
Yeah, actually, I feel that around this Zoom matrix, we have much more agreement than disagreement. I think that everyone is united by a common purpose and mission to improve the condition. And if we need to use different methodologies and converge them, I think this is a great group that can influence that. But it is, with that, maybe let's talk a little bit about the future. So the United Nations has defined this decade as the healthy aging decade. And with that time frame in mind, maybe I can ask you to fast forward to 2030 and try to predict what we will see happen in this field of healthy aging in 2030. And maybe you can use this opportunity also to point to some progress that is made or has been made and is in the process of being made that will get us there. So I don't know if anyone wants to jump in. I'm happy to nominate, but if anyone wants.
So something we've been doing, Michelle, in dementia is to try and quantify the behavioural changes that are the symptoms that are typically first presented when an individual goes to a doctor. So it's about, you know, memory and mood and behaviour and sleep and all the sorts of things that are the immediate presentations of what could be a dementia diagnosis. So those early diagnostics to define before you get severe symptoms, I think is something that we're going to see a huge change over the next 10 years. So to predefine those who are most at risk before they actually start displaying those symptoms. So I think what we're going to see again in dementia is going to be, I think, like cancer, where you're going to start getting much better dissection of the biology that's driving disease and therefore ability to stratify patients. And that's going to be heavily driven by diagnostics. But I'd love to just turn the table back to you, Michelle, to tell us a little bit about the work you've been doing at J&J about early detection and how do you identify those patients and do work there.
Yeah, thank you, Kate. I think you're pointing to a very important element in medicine in general and in quality of life, which is early detection and disease interception, which I think will be the strategy here, minus the word disease. That's for you, Paul. And so I think that what we've seen happening in the field of medicine is that we are learning from one area where we may have better access or better a sense of urgency. And I think you mentioned cancer, and that is definitely a field in which we are implementing an early detection and interception approach that kind of defies the normal paradigms in which we wait for disease to develop and then we know how to treat it. So we too are taking a very novel approach that requires shifts in technology, of course, and biology and approaches, but also from a regulatory perspective, and developing both medical devices and molecular approaches for that early detection and intervention. We're focused on lung cancer and other types of cancer mostly at this point, but I'm optimistic and I'm proud actually of the work that we do, because I think those tools that are being developed in that context will be expanded into other fields and will serve us. Already we're applying them in other disease areas, and I hope we can do that in the broad field of aging within the next decade, going up to 2030. So thank you for asking the question, and with that, let me invite Paul to make some comments. 2030.
2030. So I'm going to get back to changing the narrative, because I think the notion that we have that aging is the one thing we have in common, unlike race or gender or political belief or country of origin. It's the thing that we certainly have in common if we're lucky, understanding the stakes that all of us have in compressing mortality, morbidity, extending health span, et cetera, which means much more, following on Luigi's earlier comment, much more focus on prevention and wellness, beginning early in life, the life course approach to improving health, a better understanding of social determinants and the interaction between the characteristics of communities and nutrition and living conditions and all the rest, and the opportunities that science presents, the use of technology, AI, et cetera, to dramatically expand not just knowledge and scientific innovation, but I think just as important, the scope of people who can be touched by this.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. I think this is one thing that for sure unites everyone. So thank you, Paul. Luigi, what would you like to add? 2030.
Well, one of them is it's really related to what we already have. We already have multiple biomarkers that predict specific disease and multimorbidity. Imagine that we could take a drop of blood and measure all these biomarkers that we already have. And then we apply artificial intelligence to follow what's happening to these people. We will have an aircard system that learn over time and increase our ability to detect disease early in time by this biomarker. It will be a completely different medicine in the future if we could do that. And then the second practical, I think that there's the experience court was a study done by Linda Fried, where she looked at intergenerational mutual health, where there were children that were falling in school, and then they hire or they recruited older people that could help them with their homework. And what happened, and was fantastic, was the children improved, but older people improve in their physical function, in their cognitive function, and those improvements could be detected with very, very solid measures, such as MRI, for example. So I dream that by 2030, our society will implement more of those collaboration between the different ages in our society for a positive, outcome for everybody.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. So maybe as we're starting to reach the end of this important session and looking at the next agenda highlights, let me maybe invite you to share with the audience what they should be curious about, if there's anything on that program that caught your attention and that you're curious about, and that, just make sure that we signpost it for our audience. I'll take anyone's. Yeah, Kate, go ahead.
So the presentation that's coming up at 9 called Spotlight on Alzheimer's Disease, that has got a crackerjack set of people, and I think it's going to be a very interesting panel to hear what are the latest approaches and thinking, and how we're actually going to tackle what is, one of the largest, if not the largest, issue of public health in the West.
Thank you, Kate.
I would fully agree with that. I think that the attention and the curiosity about what's happening in the world of Alzheimer's disease is something that everybody should be curious about. As the aging of the population, this is going to be a huge problem. And then, it's for the people, but also for the society at large, for the family, for our healthcare system.
Thank you, Luigi. Paul?
Look, I'm just excited that people are talking about aging. And I think it's one of those things that's been an under-discussed and kind of underappreciated challenge and opportunity for the world. And whether it's advancements in bioscience or change in environments, or tackling both the terrible health challenges and the economic consequences of dementia, this is something that should be on everyone's lips, discussed around everyone's dinner table, and is something that every government and every company should be focused on. So thanks to WuXi for inviting us, and I hope this becomes a much broader conversation.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. I will add, I know I'm the moderator, but I have to interject on this one and just say the WuXi Forum, one of the wonderful things about the WuXi Forum is that it's a global forum that is really looking to bring learnings from all around the world. And I'm particularly excited about, hearing about the work done in Singapore, because what I learned from preparing for this session and from all of you is that it really takes a complete ecosystem that combines the hard science with the social science and really brings together many different stakeholders to think about every aspect of healthy aging and tackle those together. And let me thank all of you for sharing such important information. But beyond that, also the inspiration to actually get involved. And to you, the many out there in the audience, I think you have some lessons taken from here that maybe will make you more curious about your own journey, your own life journey. But I will also invite you, whatever you're working on right now probably has some connection, whether it's biology, drug development, drug discovery, whether it's device, whether it's other aspects of science or social science. This is one of the biggest problems or challenges, and certainly an opportunity for your careers, for your purpose, and there is a lot to do. So with that, I am definitely living intrigued, optimistic about the future, and again, very grateful to the three of you, Kate, Paul, Luigi, for contributing to this discussion. So thank you very much, and thank you again.
One of the greatest challenges to healthspan associated with aging is grappling with the enormous toll of Alzheimer's disease. This global challenge requires global collaborations and global solutions. In this spotlight session, our panel of leading experts brings together diverse worldly perspectives on actionable approaches to tackle this devastating disease. Please welcome Niranjan Bose, Managing Director, Health and Life Sciences, Gates Ventures; Ivan Chung, Chairman, Eisai Inc., Global President of Neurology Business Group, Eisai Co. Limited; George Radenberg, Convener, the Global CEO Initiative on Alzheimer's Disease, Founding Chairman, Davos Alzheimer's Collaborative, Chairman and Co-Founder, Us Against Alzheimer's; and Session Leader, Stacy Wenninger, President of F Prime Biomedical Research Initiative.
All right, well, I will just start by welcoming everyone, and I really appreciate everyone's taking the time to join us for this conversation about, really trying to get concrete about what are the barriers and how can we help to overcome those in fighting the global challenge of Alzheimer's disease. And I just want to start by saying we all understand, and everyone watching this understands, that this is a huge problem. I don't think we need to dwell on how big of a challenge Alzheimer's disease is, how much of a societal problem it is. I also would like to just start with the premise that everyone agrees that to be able to really have game-changing therapeutics here, we need to treat earlier. We need to treat very early. We need to be able to understand how to identify those individuals that are going to go on to develop symptomatic Alzheimer's disease in that early pre-symptomatic space. We need to be able to figure out how do we develop therapeutics that if we have to test before symptoms, how do we do that? How do we identify people? And how do we change the landscape of clinical care with the idea that, we need to start identifying people very, very early and getting them on therapeutics eventually. So there's so many challenges here that I really thought it was important to start with. We all agree to these basic issues. Now we need to figure out what can we do concretely as a global community of various stakeholders, researchers, clinicians, funders, government bodies, et cetera, to really start to move the needle on treatment of Alzheimer's disease. So I am thrilled to have an esteemed panel here that we can begin to really look at this issue from different angles to start with. And so I'm actually going to start just by asking each of the panelists to give a few sentences, a few comments on what do you see as ways that we can start to change the global landscape of Alzheimer's disease research and care, such that we can really start developing, delivering the kinds of therapeutics that we all are striving for. So from each of your perspectives, kind of what are the biggest issues, and let's start talking concretely about how we can overcome them. So George Radenberg, I'm going to start with you and ask you to just make a few comments from your point of view.
Thank you, Stacy, and thanks to the organizers of this forum. The notion of healthy aging makes no sense if one doesn't deal with the brain. So you're absolutely right to focus on the global aspects of this problem. So I chair something called the Davos Alzheimer's Collaborative. This is a partnership between the Global CEO Initiative on Alzheimer's and the World Economic Forum. And the World Economic Forum called us saying that they believed Alzheimer's was now a global health issue of scale and impact comparable to pandemics and infectious diseases. They had incubated Gavi and CEPI, and as a consequence, they thought it useful to develop a global mechanism to look at the global scale of the problem and try and define some global approaches to solutions. So we spent about a year with a wide variety of stakeholders, over 150, trying to find what it is that might be added at a global scale that wasn't happening in a national scale or in any particular sector. So these are the three things we came up with as approaches to approaching this issue differently, not with a view of substituting a global mechanism for any national or sectoral mechanism, but also basically to link and scale existing efforts in new ways. And if we found an area that was not being dealt with, to develop some program within that area. So we first started with the fact that global discovery research is basically being done in Japan, United States, and Europe. And that therefore we ought to be able to try and find a way to link the cohorts that do exist around the world that have been created for some other reason, whether it's malaria, or whether it's HIV/AIDS, or just epidemiological cohorts, and invest in them in a way that will enable them to gather the evidence relevant to early Alzheimer's. So you're exactly right. What is it that we need to collect in the way of data in these cohorts, and then enable them to participate in contributing data to this problem. So then we have to obviously link those cohorts through new data sharing mechanisms, and Bose is on this panel and has been deeply involved in that effort to identify mechanisms to share the data that we collect from all of these cohorts around the world. So we've also developed a polygenic risk score that we can identify people at risk, get them into these cohorts in ways that in fact will track them through time. And as you said, be able to identify what it is and when it is that we ought to be intervening through health systems. The second area was global clinical trials. Most clinical trials, as everyone knows, are done company by company or government by government, but they're not through a common platform. A platform for support of clinical trials will enable innovation in the clinical trial space more generally, rather than having each company do the innovation, which they have no incentive to do because they don't have half a dozen Alzheimer's drugs in clinical trials at any point in time. So we need a platform that in fact is invested in innovations in clinical trial start and speed and quality. So that's the second area that we identified. And the third area was health systems. It makes no sense for us to develop therapeutic products if we don't have around the world health systems that can identify, as you said, Stacy, identify people at the right stage of the disease and introduce to those populations the drug that's most appropriate for them at their stage of disease and the nature of the Alzheimer's variations or variants that they might have. Those basically solve two problems that exist in the world. Right now, discovery research is in isolated cohorts, relatively small, relatively homogeneous. If we work at a global scale, we'll get scale and we'll get diversity, so that we can go after populations that right now are not in the discovery space. 90% of the genetics work has been done in white Caucasians. Most of the people of the world are not white Caucasians. 2/3 of the people in the world that have Alzheimer's are not in the United States or Europe. They are in other countries of the world, particularly the middle-income countries in Asia. The second thing that this particular approach adopts is the notion that, in fact, the schema of how we're going to address Alzheimer's and get therapeutics to market more rapidly is a systems approach that starts with research, but goes through clinical trials, that goes to regulatory systems, that goes to payer systems, and then are marketed inside health systems around the world, or directly to consumers, potentially. So we deal with the problem of systems issues to make sure that we're thinking through all of the links from research to patient in this particular initiative, because not many people are paying a lot of attention to health systems in terms of how to get them at a primary care level able, as you say, to detect this disease early, to diagnose it early, and to be able to introduce therapeutic products as they come to market in the right population at the right time. So that's what the Davos Alzheimer's Collaborative is doing. It is basically totally an action-oriented organization. I am a patient advocate. I'm a lawyer by background and practice, but I've had 3 generations of my family would have Alzheimer's, and I don't want my kids and my grandkids to have it. So if we don't operate more rapidly than we have in the last 40 years, when my grandmother got this disease, my kids and my grandkids are at risk. So I'm driven by a patient's orientation, which says faster, better, work together. So that's my story. I'll stick to it.
Thank you, George. I think you've raised so many really interesting points that I would love to dive into. I'm going to give everyone else a chance, and I suspect that Ivan and Bose will also carry on a few of these different topics, but this was a great introduction, and I think there's a lot that we can dig into there. So I appreciate that. So I'm going to ask Ivan to maybe build on what George said and give your own perspective on a few of the things that we should be talking about.
Thank you, Stacy, and a huge thank you to the organizers for this very timely opportunity. My name is Ivan Cheung, and I am the U.S. chairman and the global president for neuroscience at AZI. And I want to pick up on something George mentioned, the third item about healthcare system preparedness. And actually, the Davos Alzheimer's Collaborative is a wonderful example of how all stakeholders around the world come together for such important initiative around the health system preparedness. Actually, if I trace back in the history of Alzheimer's disease, AZI has been at this for about almost 40 years. To fight this devastating disease, and about over 20 years ago, AZI was very much involved in introducing the first wave of Alzheimer's disease treatments. At that time, of course, symptomatic treatments, cholinesterase inhibitors. And we remember vividly over 20 years ago how healthcare system preparedness was a critical topic, because at that time, majority of the world may not understand that Alzheimer's disease is Alzheimer's disease was actually a disease. That's the fight back then. Now we are, very much involved in that next wave of therapeutics. This time, targeting the underlying pathophysiology of Alzheimer's disease. And again, healthcare system preparedness, a new wave of healthcare system preparedness is critically important as we move from the framework 20 years ago focused on clinical symptoms to a new framework now focusing on biomarkers and the underlying pathophysiology of the brain, given the amazing works of scientists and clinicians around the world to start to really unravel what this disease is. So when we think about healthcare system preparedness in AZI, and by the way, we are an active participant in the Davos Alzheimer's Collaborative, I should have said earlier. There are really 3 things we are really focusing on. Number one is irrespective of GDPs, irrespective of where you go in the world, the lack of attention to the importance of neurological health, brain health, and regular screening of mental issue. That's the number one thing. A report in 2017 showed that in the community and the residential setting, over 60% undetected dementia, as recently as, again, a report in 2017. A second issue in the health system preparedness that we're focusing on is the lack of physicians trained to do early detection of Alzheimer's disease in this new framework of biomarker-driven, underlying pathophysiology-driven world of Alzheimer's disease understanding. So the kind of early detection that many communities learned to do 20 years ago based on clinical symptoms, now we got to train everyone again to do it differently, as science has obviously evolved. The third item in terms of health system preparedness is really about the healthcare infrastructure. Again, prepare the healthcare infrastructure in this new world of biomarkers and therapeutics targeting the underlying pathophysiology of the brain in terms of the diagnostic and therapeutic workup, especially in lower income countries. So these are the really 3 points I want to further build on what George mentioned earlier about health system preparedness. Thank you, Stacy.
No, thank you. I mean, I think these are essential points, and there's a question that I hope we come back to a little bit, which is also it's what should we be doing today in the healthcare setting? What should we be doing today to prepare for the future state, and what should the future state look like? Because I think there's a big difference in what we're doing today with limited ability to treat versus what we might do once we really accomplish having a suite of therapeutics out there. Davos, I'll turn it to you and give a little bit of a chance to give your perspective on things.
Well, thank you, Stacy, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me to join this eminent panel. And George and Ivan are a hard act to follow, but I will try. As Gates Ventures, our partnerships in Alzheimer's disease started about 5 or so years ago. And I want to acknowledge the contributions that this ecosystem of partners gave to us in the sense of learning, helping us understand the challenges, the bottlenecks. And I think, Stacy, you captured them very well in the opening. We need to identify folks earlier to be able to treat them earlier and change the landscape of clinical care for patients and their caregivers. Our investments to date have focused on early detection. That's a partnership that we have with an ecosystem of partners, including the Alzheimer's Drug Discovery Foundation, to stand up the diagnostics accelerator. The second area where we've had significant investments is in the need to diversify the therapeutic pipeline. And we started that with our investment with the Dementia Discovery Fund, where, again, there are a host of pharma partners in that fund alongside with us. The one theme that I want to pick up where George and Ivan left is on a cross-cutting theme or cross-cutting pillar on data. And to this effect, thanks to, again, a dozen or so partners who came together along with us to understand what could a group of committed organizations, philanthropies, pharmaceutical companies, nonprofits, federal funding agencies do to enable broader data access, broader data sharing, and build a more vibrant, robust user community. And that set of pilot discussions is what has resulted in that group of partners, including ourselves, committing to funding the Alzheimer's Disease Data Initiative, or ADDI. And I would view ADDI as a consortium of partners, an initiative, and also as a standalone nonprofit entity with the core mission of trying to unlock more data sets for users, for researchers, to make data computational platforms more available, accessible to the users, and most importantly, lowering the barriers to data access. rather than saying it would be a centralized database or an aggregated database, I would view it as a federated model of sharing, where the data owners, the data contributors still have the ability to permission data access, but the user experience gets a lot better. The barriers get lowered with the single view or objective that maybe potential novel insights could come out of that data analyses that could lead to early diagnosis, potential mechanisms of action that could be tested in the clinic. And lastly, could there be ways for us to make enrollment in clinical trials a lot easier for the families and generations to come?
And what are some of the creative solutions that, as a global research community, and with so much interest in recognizing this as a global problem, how can we get different countries to come together in terms of allowing data sharing in a way that protects the privacy and protects the individuals in studies, but also enables the research?
Yeah, great question. And I'm going to perhaps collapse a few of those into three categories and say, the first is understanding the consent, understanding what type of consent under which this data was collected, and what are those privacy concerns that the data owners or data contributors are trying to safeguard. I think it isn't one size fit all. So we do need perhaps the concept of a help desk that can engage with the data contributors who want to share the data. Almost all of them want to share the data. It perhaps to some it's varying degrees or varying levels of data access. So I think we need to have a conversation with each one of them, and it's time consuming, but if it's needed, I think that's what we're going to have to commit. The concept of a concierge or help desk to try and navigate those constraints and to at least have a minimal set of data shared that is within the realms of the privacy and the consent. I think the second is there are federated virtual appliance type models that tech companies have actually spearheaded quite a lot that we should be able to embrace. And again, not just embrace, but be willing to educate the data owners, the data platform, the data contributors to bring them along. It's easier said than done that this technological challenge or solution exists, but I think it's more important to also make people aware of that, to do some pilots and show that it's truly doable and one we can overcome. I think the third aspect, and this is one that we have heard very recently, is retrospective studies. Often the data set exists, folks want to share it, but then there are instances where they don't want to take on the burden. The sponsor or the data owner does not want to take the burden of being the permissioning authority, given the time and resources it takes. So in those instances, identifying a mechanism, whether a good example is the Wellcome Trust Data Access Committee that exists to enable such permissioning in the future. So identifying more creative ways of overcoming these challenges and barriers would be extremely helpful.
No, that's very helpful. And I love the idea of the concierge or the help desk approach. Along those lines, George, I'm going to look to you just as you were talking about these various global cohorts. Do you see the kinds of solutions that Bose is talking about being helpful in those situations working?
Part of the problem is making sure that the cohort operator knows how to collect the data and to do it with integrity and with a standardized form. Though we're working right now, particularly in low resource settings, you don't have imaging equipment. You don't have big PET scans. So how do you work with data in that context? And the answer is digital, in smartphones with huge penetration around the world. So we are now innovating a digital collection of cognitive assessment data. We started in Malaysia, where intriguingly, parts of the population do not have a written language. You could not do a MIMSI there on paper and pencil if you tried. But cell phone penetration is 200%. So you start with innovative people in Malaysia who are now beginning to digital phenotype large segments of their population through digital techniques, whether it's a voice print, whether it's other efforts, but basically through voice, because you don't have wearables there. You have to work through and a very limited data collection device. But if you can get everyone to collect voice prints systematically through time, you can detect cognitive impairment fairly early in the course of a disease. So that's what we're working on with Bose and his innovative efforts at Gates Ventures.
So Ivan, I'm going to actually turn to you and talk about, okay, so let's imagine that future state. What should we be preparing for based on these kinds of new innovative findings that we're going to have, and what do we want the future to look like in terms of clinical care in the healthcare system?
Thank you, Stacy. First of all, I would say that a lot of these technological innovations, they are already being incorporated in clinical trials of therapeutics. At ASI and other companies, when we're doing our large phase 3 trials for the so-called disease-modifying therapies, these tools and technologies are being incorporated so that at first, in a controlled environment, we know how these tools perform. And so far, I would say the progress is actually much faster than people had expected. And in terms of a future state, I think you can, imagine in that 5-year range. Maybe I'm being optimistic, but you have to be optimistic so that we can all work harder together. Is, you have this kind of a seamless world from at home to the physician's office, how, for example, digital cognitive screening becomes pervasive, and how, from a confirmatory standpoint, a blood draw, a simple blood test, can tell you a number of biomarkers implicated in the pathophysiology of Alzheimer's disease, because we do believe every Alzheimer's disease patient will have a different biomarker footprint, so that therapeutics can be tailored in the future, 5-10 years down the road. And then also, from a monitoring perspective, once a patient is on a therapeutic option or multiple options, given their biomarker footprint, how we monitor the treatment effect, how we can help them monitor any safety signals, and manage the safety signals in advance. That's kind of how we see the future. But of course, as I mentioned earlier, physicians being trained to do that, hospital systems being equipped to do that, and the payers willing to invest in the infrastructure to do that. We need national plans in every country, which of course requires global coordination and best practice sharing. And that's why a number of these initiatives that George and Bose mentioned are so critically important. Thank you, Stacy.
So let me, Stacy, can I try and answer your question? What do we do today? Because we're trying to do something today. We have, in our health system preparedness work, we have 6 flagship countries in which we have a health system that says, I want to adopt a protocol consistent across all these countries, probably local variations in terms of skill and environment. But nevertheless, we have projects now in Brazil, Mexico, Jamaica, the UK, United States, and Japan. We just put out an RFP to say who's the next round of health systems that want to step up and take some steps to adopt a protocol for primary care to detect and diagnose this disease. We had 75 responses from 21 different countries. There is an appetite out there in health systems to try and figure this out, because they see it coming. They see this wave, this gathering storm. So there's an appetite for change. It's up to us, I think, to enable the mechanisms by which they can understand that and then adopt protocols. So we have actually a intervention science company that we say, okay, we want to monitor systematically how each of these health systems is either adopted the standard protocol or adapted it for their environment, and what's caused the adaptation, and how are they actually implementing this in patients. We then have this sort of learning lab, to Ivan's point, a learning lab of all of these healthcare systems and the ministries of health in these countries. And presumably, as we get another 10, 20 countries adopting this, to have a learning system where people work from the ground up. And yes, we do need national plans so that the governments in these countries are committed to the change. But we also need to work from the bottom up to actually affect that change and demonstrate that it can be implemented in their countries.
And in this plan, I mean, again, let's get concrete. Is the proposal, these protocols, is this everyone's annual visit starting at what, age 40? Starts to get these, these standard cognitive and biomarker tests? I mean, when we shift from PET scans and MRIs to blood tests and, a digital at-home cognitive test, things suddenly become much more feasible in terms of volume and scale and how you can do things. So when we're shifting to a quick digital cognitive test and a blood test, how early do you start? And do you do this every year? And do you start flagging people really early as a healthcare system? And both to identify for potential therapeutics, to identify just for life planning, and to identify to help enrollment in these trials that we all want, that you're going to have a better chance the earlier you get in. What's that concrete plan look like in that vision of today and 5 years from now and 10 years from now?
And then 5 years out, we'll hopefully have multiple blood tests on market that are much more widely distributed, and which can be delivered the next day, just traditionally the way we get blood tests today. So you're absolutely right. What is today? We're walking. What is tomorrow? We're jogging. And then what is it in 5 to 10 years? We're in the marathon. We're all running fast. And I do think, though, you got to start. You got to start. And so we want to do for brain health what we've been doing for years with oncology. It's a cancer center that basically is everything from early detection, referral to clinical trials, all the bells and whistles that you in your wildest dreams, Stacey, might imagine. They're doing it for competitive reasons. Not sure that that's the same everywhere else, but right now, I think this is beginning to penetrate the psyche of health system managers who want to be at the forefront of the next round of healthcare.
I think we also have to penetrate the community. That you brought up oncology trials. There's a very big difference, because I think when someone receives a cancer diagnosis, the first thoughts are, is there a current therapeutic, or is there a good clinical trial I can get into? Because there's historically been seen some miraculous treatments for certain cancers that have come out of clinical trials, and people see hope there. And I'm curious, from your perspective and coming from a company trying to develop these therapeutics and enrolling people in trials, what you see.
As I mentioned earlier, I do believe that we're on the verge of that next wave of disease-modifying therapies, initially for the early symptomatic stage of Alzheimer's disease. But as we all know, the pathophysiology of Alzheimer's disease started many, many years before the onset of even light symptoms. So ASI and other companies are now not only doing clinical trials for the early symptomatic phase of Alzheimer's disease, but many of us are involved in doing clinical trials. And at ASI, we have a collaboration with the ACTC consortium in doing phase 3 clinical trial in so-called preclinical Alzheimer's disease or pre-symptomatic Alzheimer's disease. Equally important, because we cannot keep saying, Alzheimer's disease, started many years before onset of symptoms without, industry like ourselves actually investing into showing people that this is indeed true, and how therapeutics may slow down or prevent such onset. So I just want to add that background for everyone.
Yeah, exactly. Well, with that, I'm going to say, well, I think we are very much running over time here, but I do want to kind of give everyone a last word or a last thought on something critical. And Bose, I'm going to start with you because I think Ivan and George have, we've been talking more recently. So I'll turn it over to you for a moment.
Yeah, thanks, Stacy. The diagnostic space doesn't seem attractive to traditional venture investments or even equity investments, largely because the question often is, what's going to be the market for these diagnostics? I think that goes back again to George's point. We need health systems to be prepared. We need them to commit to health, countries to commit to health plans. So then it becomes a bit of a vicious cycle. You have to break this somewhere. And that's what prompted us to raise funds for the diagnostics accelerator. We're willing to put those at-risk dollars to be able to accelerate these companies, these small biotechs and diagnostics companies, to be able to bring their tests to market and commercialize them, with the optimism that soon we will have those treatments, whether those treatments come in the next couple of years, whether they come by 2030, they're bound to come. I'm optimistic. I think we're all optimistic that industry is very capable of solving that challenge. And while doing so, can we give them the arsenal for early detection? And once we have early detection, then you can go into your prevention trials and diversify your mechanisms of action. So I remain optimistic. It is challenging, but I think it is a solvable problem if we commit to some collaborative action.
Ivan, any closing thoughts from you?
Health disparities. I think we learned that in the COVID pandemic, unfortunately, more visible than ever. And Alzheimer's, this is something we cannot forget. And many of these technologies we just talked about will help solve that health disparity. So that's my final comment. Thank you.
Wonderful and very true. George, any final closing thoughts?
Well, I'm going to throw something out there that probably will be modestly speculative, but I hope by the end of this decade we have a vaccine. We have vaccines in preclinical development and now in early clinical development. And I think if we think through all the problems that those products may have in getting through this system, how do you conduct a clinical trial on a vaccine that's administered 15 to 20 years before symptoms? How do you detect those people? How do you get a clinical trial that lasts long enough or relies on sufficient surrogate biomarkers that you can actually say these are the people on the way and the regulators accept that? How are payers going to react and whether or not this is reasonable and necessary? We're going to need advanced manufacturing commitments like we did with COVID. And how are we going to get health systems, to your original point, Stacy, how are we going to get health systems to be able to detect people 15 to 20 years before symptoms based upon the earliest micro move on an amyloid or a tau or some other mechanism so that we can get a vaccine into the system? I just think we have to set some big goals here that will drive us all to thinking through all the steps we need to take now to be in a position, whether it's in 5 years or 10 years, to really have accelerants through the entire system of research, development, clinical trials, regulators, payers, health systems, consumers, so that in fact we can get those to consumers faster. Right now we're focused so much on research, which is so far away from an actual solution for a customer, a patient, anybody, that it is for a patient advocate a frustrating situation where we're not thinking about where we have to be in 5 or 10 years, to your point, in order to set the systems in place that makes this like much faster process of getting product from research into patients.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I want to thank each of you. I think it's such an important global issue as we started. So many different stakeholders involved, but I'm getting much more optimistic that as we're working together, it does take everything from the research to the planning and the global sharing and et cetera. But I am extremely optimistic that the face of Alzheimer's disease and how we treat it and how we think about it is going to look very, very different in decades to come. So I want to thank everyone for your time, and we'll close there and look forward to future conversations.
Thank you, Stacy.
Thanks,
Thank
Stacy.
you.
Understanding the signaling pathways and factors underlying the aging process has been of significant global scientific and medical interest, as they shed insight into the diseases of aging and healthy longevity. In this session, our distinguished experts discuss the latest trends in aging research and translating scientific insights to therapeutics as well as health solutions. Please welcome Linda Partridge, Founding Director, Max Planck Institute for Biology of Aging, Professor, Institute of Healthy Aging and GEE, UCL. Eric Verdin, CEO and President, Buck Institute for Research on Aging, and Session Leader, Sebastian Thualt, Chief Editor, Nature Aging.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for this panel discussion on the state of aging research. My name is Sebastian Thualt. I'm the Chief Editor of Nature Aging, a journal publishing biological health and social science research and opinion pieces on aging and age-related diseases. It's my great pleasure to introduce our two panelists, who are both prominent researchers in the field of aging, Dr. Linda Partridge from the Max Planck Institute for Biology of Aging in Germany, and Dr. Eric Verdin from the Buck Institute in the United States. Linda and Eric, welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Sebastian.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
So as an introduction to this session, I want to say a few words about why research on aging and longevity is so important. So owing to the progress of modern medicine, many of us are now leading much longer lives than a century ago, and population across the globe are getting older. And for the first time in human history, there are more people over the age of 65 than children under the age of 5. And it is estimated that by 2050, about 20% of the world's population will be over the age of 65. And such population aging comes with both challenges and opportunities. And for those who remain healthy, opportunities include, for instance, continuing to work and share knowledge, volunteering, caring for family, sharing wealth, and contributing to society in many other ways. But good health is a requirement to realize those opportunities, and unfortunately, longer lives are not necessarily lived in good health. Most older adults live with multiple diseases such as cancer, cardiovascular or metabolic disorders, dementia, arthritis, and so on. And so this age-associated multimorbidity leads to important health, economic, and social challenges. Therefore, achieving healthy aging should be a priority for our society. It is a grand challenge that we must solve to access the so-called longevity dividend. And it is clear that a better understanding of the biology of aging will help us improve human health span, or as some would say, adding life to years. So with that, I'd like to ask my first question to the panel. So Linda and Eric, biologically speaking, what is aging and what underlies aging at the biological level? Linda, would you like to start with this question?
Very good question. So I think it's become pretty clear in recent years what the main culprits are in the aging process. So it probably kicks off with things going wrong at the genetic level, damage to DNA and so on, so that the whole machinery that controls gene expression starts to deteriorate. And that means also that proteins start to suffer in cells, and that the control of protein quality is often affected. The powerhouses of the cells, the mitochondria, become dysfunctional. Senescent cells start to accumulate. These have turned out to be very important in the aging process. They're cells that are resistant to cell death, but very biologically active, and they cause tissue damage. Stem cells start to misfunction, so they don't divide when they should, or they divide when they shouldn't and give rise to the wrong sort of progeny. And there's a systemic inflammation that builds up during aging, so that the whole circulating environment deteriorates. And also cells become really bad at responding to the normal nutrient and signaling cues that circulate in the systemic environment. So it's complicated. There's a lot of stuff going on and it's not independent. So for instance, genetic damage can cause cell senescence, which contributes to this age-related inflammation that seems to occur in most animals during aging. But it's clear now that we can combat some of those basic mechanisms of aging. So identifying them has been very important on the road to improving health during aging.
So Eric, would you like to add anything to this and perhaps say a few words about what are the implications of this biology for age-related diseases?
Yes. So one of the things that it has emerged in the last 10 to 15 years, and which was not expected, is the idea that when we study the basic mechanism of aging, not only are we able to make animals, various models, live longer, but they also live healthier. And so this really has brought up the idea that aging is just not a process that sort of limits your lifespan. It also contributes to a concept that we call the health span. And so the realization that the mechanism underlying the aging process are the same that actually drive disease process during aging really has changed the way we think about our field. So this whole concept has been called geroscience. It's the idea that aging is the major risk factor for a whole series of chronic diseases. We're actually living through an epidemic of these diseases as the population age. So there are incredibly important sort of societal and scientific implications of this work, which means that as we now consider translating all of this basic biology into humans, one of the early focus is really to try to apply the science of aging and tinker with the pathways that we've identified that regulate the aging process, with the hope that we will alleviate or suppress the development of these chronic disease of aging. And Sebastian, you mentioned these at the onset, chronic diseases that we're all familiar with, such as Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's, cardiovascular disease, heart attack, stroke, many forms of cancer, which actually are burdening our society and really limiting the quality of life in late years. And so a lot of the focus of our work is really right now to try to combat these diseases and change the way we perceive the aging process.
Great.
Yeah. And it's very clear that these underlying mechanisms of aging are present in the etiology of these age-related diseases. They really are major contributors. And if we could tackle them, we could probably prevent multiple diseases simultaneously.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting concept. So aging research, in my opinion, is really a booming field. There are important new discoveries being published weekly. And so I wanted to ask you if you could tell us about some of those discoveries that have caught your attention recently and that perhaps illustrate some of the current trends in the field.
It's a really active field at the moment. It's wonderful that almost every day something really interesting turns up in the literature. I started out my own scientific career actually as an evolutionary biologist. And I'm very interested in these creatures that live a very long time out there in nature. I mean, that's where the really big lifespans are. So it was recently discovered, for instance, that the Greenland shark can live for 400 years. Absolutely amazing. And a little bivalve, the ocean quahoog that lives on the floor of the Atlantic Ocean, can live 500 years. So there are some immense lifespans out there. And people have been very interested in trying to find out what are the underlying causes of that very slow rate of aging? And can we learn things from these creatures that might help us improve human health at the end of life? And I think one paper that really caught my eye recently was about rockfishes, because it turns out there are lots of species of rockfish, and some of them can live up to 200 years. Whereas some live only 2 years. So we've clearly got these big genetic differences in the rate of aging and the resulting lifespan. And what the paper that I'm talking about did was to sequence the genome of all these rockfishes to try to figure out, first of all, the evolutionary tree of all these species, how are they related to each other? and had the long lifespans that occur in some species all evolved in just one bit of the tree or independently in the different branches. And it turned out the latter was true. They got lots of independent evolutionary transitions to really long lives. So that meant that they'd got, replicated examples of what you need to do to achieve a long life. And there was some ecological stuff there. So it turned out that the long-lived species, for instance, tend to live at depth. And they also have a big body size at first breeding. So quite a bit of the genetic variation was to do with those things. But once they were factored out, really interestingly, from my point of view, it turned out that the nutrient sensing network, the insulin IGF TOR, which has turned out to be so important experimentally in the lab, genes involved in that network were clearly evolving in these long-lived species. And there was also a signature from expansion of genes involved in inflammation, and very clear in both cases. So in some ways, what the paper did was very encouraging. It suggested that with our lab work, with the laboratory model organisms, the yeast and the worm and the fly, that actually we're capturing the basic mechanisms because they were already known about. And it turns out now that they're important in the evolution of long lives in nature. And then on the inflammation theme, there's been a great paper recently.
Is that okay? Just I wanted to add a comment. Actually, the journal published a paper recently looking at genetic factors that influence longevity in centenarians. And just like you mentioned, some of the insulin pathways and all the biology we know from model organisms, did show up in those analyses. So it seems that this biology actually is translational and applies to human population.
I think in that way, the field is maturing. It's becoming very clear, I think, what we have to target to improve human health at older ages. I think that really has itself come of age in recent years. And it's clear that inflammation is a huge player. And another paper that I really liked recently looked into the mechanisms that are causing this innate immunity to overreact during aging. And they could show basically that the metabolism in macrophages goes wrong. They become increasingly reliant on glucose, but they also increase expression of a receptor that causes sequestration of glucose into glycogen. So it becomes unavailable for glycolysis or respiration. And they were able genetically and pharmacologically to inhibit this receptor and show that they could turn the macrophages into a better respiratory state with a good energy supply. They became less pro-inflammatory. And terribly importantly, they could decrease brain inflammation, which is so important in neurodegenerative disease. And even in old mice, where that inflammation in the brain had started, if they administered this pharmacological inhibitor, they could restore spatial memory and long-term potentiation in the hippocampus. So really quite a remarkable study.
Yeah, really interesting. What about you, Eric? What have you seen recently that caught your attention?
I want to echo what Linda just mentioned. I think inflammation, chronic inflammation, is really emerging as one of the major players, and that's one topic that had been somewhat ignored. I mean, it was, for example, not included in the original 9 hallmarks of aging. And I think it seems that the field now is really discovering the importance of inflammation. And one of the papers that highlights this in a critical way is a recent paper by Laura Niederhofer and her colleagues, University of Minnesota, where they knocked out a gene that encodes a DNA repair protein, the RCC1, and they did this in a tissue-specific manner. They knocked it out in all hematopoietic cells. So these are the cells located in the bone marrow that generates pretty much all blood cells, macrophages, neutrophils, and lymphocytes. And what they were able to do with this selective knockout of DNA repair mechanism in these cells is to induce an accelerated process of senescence in the whole lymphoid and myeloid system. And what they observed is that this actually shortened the lifespan, showing that just senescence in the immune system itself becomes dominant. And what was perhaps even more interesting is the observation that they observed secondary senescence in multiple organs, indicating that the presence of the senescent myeloid and lymphoid cells circulating in these organs was able to induce a secondary set of senescence in those tissues. And so this really points it doesn't prove that chronic inflammation is the only mechanism, but it certainly points to the fact that once you have senescence in that compartment, it can become dominant across the whole organism, and therefore represents a really likely important target. Another paper that I wanted to highlight is also from the University of Minnesota, from Paul Robinson's lab, and it relates to COVID-19, which is actually quite exciting because we've all seen what has happened during the last 2 years is that age is the major risk factor for the complications of after COVID-19 infection. And it turns out that the aging mechanism actually are responsible. And in that paper, what they were able to show is that using a mouse model of a coronavirus, not SARS-CoV-2, but another mouse-specific coronavirus, they were able to show that under normal condition, when you infect an old mouse, you actually have close to 100% mortality with this virus. What they did is they treated these old mice with senolytics, or they deleted the senescent cells using a variety of genetic tricks. And they were able to show that just doing this actually completely changed the course of the disease and really actually allowed a very significant fraction of the mice to survive. And obviously, the implications for this are that in the human population, this could be, it doesn't prove, but it could be one of the mechanisms that underlies their increased susceptibility to a bad outcome. Now, what's interesting also in the human population, when you look at risk factors for COVID-19, it's not only old age, but it's also what we call pre-existing condition, which are, again, many of them are these chronic conditions associated with aging, highlighting the fact that your age obviously is a big risk factor, but if you have other age-related type of disease, you are also at increased risk, and obesity is certainly one of the major one. Now, the implication of this work is incredibly important because we are in the middle of this pandemic, but also if we look back at influenza, the flu, is exactly the same picture. And so we spent some time actually going back to the literature. There's a direct correlation between your age and your risk factor for influenza. And I'll remind you that close to 40 to 50,000 people die every year still to this day from influenza. Finally, the last implication of this is that we know that vaccination rates decrease directly as a function of age, which means that the people who already are at the highest risk are the ones who are likely to respond the least to our vaccines. And so there's therefore a lot of interest, and this is an area that we invest in very heavily, of trying to understand how aging mechanism could actually modulate your ability to respond to a vaccine, and to bring all of the science of aging, the interventions that we will be discussing later, to try to mitigate the poor response to vaccination that we see in the older population.
I think this is a fantastic set of examples, very interesting research, and clearly, some of the implications are readily apparent. So in that context, actually, where do you think we stand with regard to the translation of this abundance of biological knowledge to essentially improving human health span? Are there successes in such translational efforts already out there? Are there challenges, and what are these?
I think one of the big challenges with us is that we live so long. So we know now what the things are that go wrong during aging from the animal studies. And we also know that we can intervene in them with pharmacological treatments, metabolites, genetic manipulations, lifestyle, including nutrition. So we know the basics there, but to translate that to humans, really what we need very badly, and what a lot of people are working on quite successfully, is good biomarkers. So we need something that will tell us if we try a new drug with humans, are they responding in a way that suggests that we're hitting the target and that we're going to keep them healthier later in their lives when they're at risk of age-related diseases. So people are looking very hard at, for instance, DNA methylation, modification of histone proteins, circulating metabolites, RNA transcripts, other protein markers, inflammatory markers, to try to get a picture of where people are sitting in the aging process. Because of course, one of the things about the aging process is it's very individually variable. Different things go wrong in different individuals, and different organs are affected during aging. So what we really need is a shortcut way of seeing where this person is sitting in the various things that can go wrong during aging, and whether a particular intervention is improving matters or not. So I think there's a lot of very interesting work going on there on so-called aging clocks, and what slows them down and what speeds them up, which I think is going to be very, very helpful. And this is the kind of information we really need. I think a lot of the pharmacological interventions at the moment tend to be of the nature of changing the indication of existing drugs. It's going to be very difficult, for instance, to do a large population scale trial on a new drug with aging as the indication, even though the FDA now do recognize aging as a valid outcome for clinical trials. It would just be extremely expensive. So quite a lot of the work that's going on is saying, well, we've got drugs already that target the nutrient sensing network, that can improve mitochondrial function and so on. Let's have a look at them and whether they could be repurposed to prevent diseases when we know that those features of aging are present in the etiology. And I think for the new drugs, it's going to probably be very tailored against specific indications. For instance, the senolytic drugs, which Eric's already mentioned and which I think are going to be incredibly important. They can be quite toxic if used systemically, but applied to a particular compartment in the body, like the eye or a joint, they may be a lot more safe and effective to be used. So I think that those are the challenges, but also ones where huge progress is being made at the moment.
So exciting. What about you, Eric?
Yeah, I think I agree with Linda. We live in extraordinary times in terms of this field of research. If you look, there's typically a 15 to 20 year gap between major discoveries and their, sort of implementation in the clinic. And what's quite interesting is aging as an indication is bringing a whole series of challenges that we have not had to deal with as drug developers. One of the things that went to medical school, and one of the first things that I was taught was when you take the Hippocratic oath is first do no harm, and which means there's going to be a very significant barrier of care and making sure that whatever interventions we actually implement in the aging population is not doing harm. And we know that many drugs have that potential, unfortunately, especially if we consider giving drugs to people for a long time. So that really has pushed the field in multiple directions. And I would say there's a lack of clarity right now because we're not quite sure how this will play out. It's clear that there's a changing of attitude with regards to aging as a disease or as something that can be treated by itself. And I think a good example of this is the TAME trial that Neo Barzilai and his colleague are proposing to conduct, which would give metformin to normal adults and assess their ability to resist during a kind of limited period of time.
This is an example of repurposing that, like Linda was talking about, since metformin is a drug for diabetes.
Exactly.
So metformin, of course, is a very, very safe drug.
Yes, and it's, there are hundreds of millions of doses that have been given. It's a safe drug. We have epidemiological data suggesting that people on diabetics on metformin actually are protected against the development of further development of type 2 diabetes, some cancer, neurodegeneration, and so on. So metformin looks like an anti-aging drug, which it has not been proven to be an anti-aging drug in a non-diabetic population. This is why this trial is really important. So that's one way to look at the development of these drugs. The other way is to really identify specific conditions that are linked to aging that have not been addressed or even recognized in the past. And I think there are a few of those that actually could probably form a faster path to drug development. I'll give you a few examples. One is sarcopenia, a loss of muscle mass associated with aging. Another one is thymic involution, is the loss of the thymic gland behind your sternum, which is associated, which is a key organ in lymphoid in T cell development, which is actually lost during aging. Another example is lack of vaccination that we were talking about earlier. I think many of these actually are being targeted individually. And finally, Belinda mentioned, eye disease, macular degeneration, glaucoma are diseases for which we know targeting senescent cells seems to be having a therapeutic potential. So I think right now, the biotech companies in the space are exploring these different avenues, and we will see. I think I hope that we're quite far from the idea of giving a pill to everyone, hoping to delay their aging. But we're quite close to the idea that people who are at increased risk or who are already manifesting some acute development of some of these manifestations of aging will be targeted, but with specific medicine. And I hope that we also will have a chance in a few minutes, Sebastian, to talk about lifestyle modification, which I think should not be forgotten, because that's certainly the first line of evidence in delaying aging.
And I think, the efforts you mentioned, are really pioneering efforts of translation. I think it's going to be very interesting to see what's going to emerge from this. So as you said, Eric, so far we've mostly focused this conversation on the biological knowledge that could help us slow down the aging process. But we already know that certain lifestyle choices can lead to healthy aging and longevity and help address some of the population aging challenges. So yes, let's talk a little bit about those.
Well, I think we all know, don't we? I mean, the two crucial things are exercise and diet. And I mean, they can improve health at any age, depending what situation people are starting from. And the huge, inequalities in health during aging that exist in many modern societies are often down to problems with those two very simple things, and others such as smoking and so on. But, decent weight control, so to avoid metabolic disease complications, and exercise to maintain, cardiac fitness and prevent sarcopenia and so on. These are very, very simple and effective interventions. But they're ones that certainly in the countries I'm really familiar with are not standard public health measures at all. They're really only dealt with in the context of obesity rather than aging. And, it would be such a simple intervention to have, regular dance classes for older people. People love dancing at any age, and it's fantastic exercise and so cheap and simple. But hardly any countries outside the East Asian countries actually take those sort of interventions really seriously, and they should.
I agree with this, and I'll give you a couple of examples that are, I think, are further amplifying the point that you're making, Linda. One thing that most people do not realize is the importance of lifestyle and their own life expectancy. There's, many people have a rather fatalistic sort of outlook in terms of what will happen to them. There was a recent paper from the Calico group looking at the relative contribution of genetics versus lifestyle factors. And while we might argue on all of the merits of this paper, I think one of the signal that came out of their analysis was that close to 90% of your life expectancy appears to be determined by environmental factors, lifestyle or so. And I think this to me was really incredibly a powerful signal for people to know that mostly it's on you. You can't blame your parents essentially for the problems that you will have, although there are some genetic effects, but it's still predominantly lifestyle effects. And knowing this, we know also from epidemiological data and also from looking at our societies where we have already incredible discrepancies in terms of life expectancy. Within the same cities, sometimes in the US and in Europe as well, you can have the poorest of the people living on average to 67 and the richest or the most educated, more affluent living up to 87. So there's a 20-year gap there of life expectancy. Now, we know many of the factors that contribute to these differences. I mean, a strong one that I'm convinced is education, is really providing people with the valid information. Others are, of course, physical activity. I don't like to use the term exercise. I think physical activity simply is already key. Nutrition is a huge one, and that ties in very much with what we know about the biology of aging. Stress and sleep. So those are 4 areas that I think everyone who is considering, trying to maximize their lifespan should be considering. Finally, an example in terms of where I think our field of research could still contribute a lot, because I make the case that the drugs that will slow down the aging process are being developed and they will become available. But what can you do today to actually be in the best position possible when the drugs are going to become available, is to really focus on these points. A good example is exercise or physical activity. Again, we see a lot of sort of lack of knowledge in the population in terms of what should they do. People think, I have to go to the gym, I have to sweat, I don't like any of these things, therefore I will not do anything. And we know, for example, that just walking is an amazing anti-aging medicine. That's probably the best that we have today. Someone has argued that if you could put it in a pill, it would be a $20 billion molecule in comparison to the value of other medicines that we have. And even when we think about walking, a lot of people think, well, I have to go walk, for an hour and a half, do 10,000 steps. Well, a study was just published not so long ago looking at, how many steps, the influence of the number of steps that you're walking and your life expectancy. And the remarkable finding out of that study was that close to 70% of the effect of physical activity is obtained when you've walked 4,700 steps, which is about 25 minutes. And I would argue that this should be part of a very broad public policy effort, as Linda mentioned. And I'm sometimes really puzzled by the fact that we have this huge investment in healthcare and we spend very little on prevention, which I think hopefully our field will really bring back to the fore to let the people who decide these things that this is the cheapest bang for your buck.
Yeah,
so to speak.
I agree. I mean, there's certainly a need for promoting those policies and improving public health with the things we already know work. So that's so important. I think we are reaching the end of our session. I want to thank you both for this interesting conversation. I think this is a very exciting time for the field, and we can see how this research has so many ramifications, not only in terms of our understanding of the biological fundamentals, but also with an impact in the clinical and societal spheres. And so investing in aging research is about investing in our future selves and in future generations. And I really look forward to witnessing the continued growth of this field. Thanks again, everyone.
Thank you for having us.
As one of the first countries to enter an aging society, Singapore is also one of the first to rapidly respond on multiple frontiers through cutting-edge research, world-class hospital care, and policy initiatives. What can the rest of the world learn from Singapore's experiences? Let's welcome Yap Seng Chong, Dean, NUS Yong Lu Lin School of Medicine, Chief Clinical Officer, A-STAR, Daniel Fung, CEO, Institute of Mental Health in Singapore, Chien Ern Lee, Deputy Group CEO, Regional Health System, Sing Health, Andrea Meyer, Co-Director, Center for Healthy Longevity, National University Health System, Singapore, and Session Leader Brian Kennedy, Distinguished Professor in Biochemistry and Physiology, the Yong Lu Lin School of Medicine, National University of Singapore.
Thanks for joining us today. This is a discussion about how Singapore is approaching the rising challenge of aging in 2022, and what are the challenges facing a small country in Asia, what are the opportunities, and we have a great panel today to discuss this topic. First of all, I'm Brian Kennedy. I'm Director of the Center for Healthy Longevity at the National University Health System and the Healthy Longevity Translational Research Program at National University of Singapore Medical School. My background is really doing preclinical research and basic research to understand the aging process. and to develop interventions to slow aging and extend human health span. I came to Singapore about 5 years ago because I recognized that this is really a great place to try to understand and deal with the demographic change facing the world in this century. The world is getting older rapidly, and I think the challenge of aging is really the biggest medical challenge facing us during the first half of the 21st century, and we'll be talking about that today in some detail. I want to introduce our panelists, though, and give them a little bit of time to talk about their interests. So first of all, I want to start with Dr. Lee Chien-Ern, who's the Deputy Group CEO of the Regional Health System at Sing Health, and has really focused on population health and wellness. And so maybe from that population health perspective, Chien-Ern, you can tell us a little bit about how you at Sing Health are approaching the transition from middle age to seniors.
Yeah, thanks, Brian, and thanks. Happy for this opportunity to be here. And in Singapore, as you know, we are a rapidly aging society. And I think one of the key areas that we are working on is, and the approach that we have taken is in terms of three stackable modules. First is to anchor care in primary care. Secondly is to outreach and to move from just looking at patients to the resident population. And third is to get empowered, what we call a community of care. So you could see us characterize it as moving from patients to population, and then from doing things for people to doing things with people. And hopefully that our population can get activated and empowered and be able to do as many things as possible by themselves too. So I think we, as our population not only ages, but also our socioeconomic status changes, educational level changes, I think we have to adapt accordingly for that. Thanks.
Yeah, you know, I like to say that it's moving from sick care to healthcare, and it's much more preventive and active participants on the part of the community. And so, you know, I think that's what you're trying to say, right? That it's really more of a process of empowering people to stay healthy as much as possible.
Yes, and also a key element of that is the outreach, because currently we are managing those that we know, but there are groups out in the population that we do not know of, or those that we know but have been lost to follow up. So how do we reach out to them? And also, how can we move more upstream? Because I think we also know that it's not, in terms of individual health outcomes, it's not just the healthcare that matters, but the social determinants of health and lifestyles. And I think there was a paper in Lancet several years ago that asked the question, should non-communicable diseases be considered a socially transmitted disease because of the importance of the lifestyle factors? And also that a lot of things now start even in the womb that affects what happens later. So I think in terms of moving upstream, it is not just moving more towards prevention and out into the community, but it's also in terms of taking a whole life cost approach and addressing what really matters to our population and individuals at different points in their life cycle.
Yeah, that's great. It's a great transition too. So I want to bring in Dr. Chong Yap Sing, who's the Dean of the National University of Singapore Yong Leland School of Medicine and the Chief Clinical Officer of the Singapore Institute of Clinical Sciences at A*STAR. And you know, your research career was largely focused on cohort studies on early life, Gusto and Espresso, which are very successful cohort studies. And so, you know, now you're, you know, Dean of a medical school and the population is aging. And so how do you think about the aging challenge and what can Singapore do about it?
Thanks, Brian. So actually what I think is an immediate challenge is, and probably of most interest to me, is helping people to look at aging in a different way. So the traditional way people look at aging is that, let's say, if it's chronological aging, right? So if you're born in 1950, you'll be 71 years old today, right? And there's no question, there's nothing there you can do to change that. Okay, but that's chronological age, just simply the time you've been alive, right? But then what Shannon was talking about was that Singapore is fast aging as a country. So Singaporeans don't age faster than anybody else on earth, but basically as a population, the demographics are changing in a way that where the population pyramid is shifting, so that instead of having more people who are young, they are having now more people middle age and older. So that's simply a function of the fact that we are not replacing ourselves as fast as we used to. So the reason why Singapore is aging fast is because our total fertility rate has dropped dramatically. So you need to have a total fertility rate of 2.1 to basically replace yourself. Singapore is now at 1.1. So basically we're not replacing ourselves. And at this moment in time, there are more people above the age of 65 than there are people, young people. Currently, we have 4 to 5 young working persons supporting one person over 65 years of age. But in 2030, you'll come down to 2 working persons supporting an older citizen. So that becomes a problem. So that's the second way of looking at aging, a demographic population point of view. But then what you, Brian and Andrea, talk about when you talk about aging is biological aging, right? So that's a situation where a person has accumulated various biological insults to their system and damage, so that they basically start to show the age. And a 70-year-old person can, be active running marathons, or they could be already wheelchair bound. So that is the biological age, and that's the age that Brian is talking about, that you can try and change. You can slow it down, or even reverse it slightly with the right measures. And a lot of the measures are going to be lifestyle measures like exercise and dietary measures, as well as possibly some pharmaceutical, nutritional measures. So, I think if people start to look at aging as something that is not fixed like a chronological one, or simply a population shift, but one that is individualized to the person and can be modified through interventions early on in their life to reduce the damage that they accumulate as they pass through time, then I think that's the one exciting thing we can contribute to society, that we can start to live in a way that allows us to arrive at the age of 70 or 80 in a much healthier state than we would if we didn't pay attention to what we did. And that's the idea of then increasing health span, which I think is probably the biggest fight that we will have. All the other measures like improving the environment so that people can age more comfortably, and then increasing employment into the older years, those are important things to do, but they are just patches. And we can't do enough of that to really change the situation. What we really need to do now is to get the population to start living more healthily, so that they have a better health span and a shorter time in morbidity before they reach the end of their lives.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Yeah, I want to bring in Dr. Daniel Fung, who's the CEO of the Institute of Mental Health in Singapore, and he has set the record. He's affiliated with all 3 medical schools in Singapore, so I won't go into all of that. But really, his focus is on mental health, and maybe you can comment a little bit on the mental and cognitive changes with aging. We all think of dementia, but we tend to ignore things like depression and many of the other challenges that seniors face. So please let us know a little bit about that.
Thanks, Brian. And I suppose in line with what Yap Singh had talked about and what Chen has mentioned, I'd like to think of, we are all physicians, and we take a medical approach towards a lot of issues and problems. And the medical approach is very individualized, looking at the individual. And yes, we are rapidly aging. That is a fact. But does aging have to be seen as a medical issue, a medical problem? Is it more important to think of aging as part of development? Now, Erickson described the old age as a stage of development, the 8th stage. And it actually he talks about whether there is despair versus integrity. And that at this stage of life, is it a time for reflection and where the outcome is wisdom. And a society that's rapidly aging, it can be seen as a society that is actually developing much more wisdom, and that the individual who is older doesn't have to be a problem. The individual you can think of development and growth. Yes, in terms of illnesses, dementia, above age 60, you're talking about 10%. That was a data in 2013 in a large-scale study that we did in IMH. The prevalence of depression was about 3.7%, and that if you consider the subsyndromal depression, it's 13%. This is still the minority. The majority of people do not have mental illnesses. And life, since we have Yap-Sing here, life is very often described as cradle to grave, but we know that life starts well before the cradle, 9 months exactly. And after the grave, after life, and I'm not talking in religious terms, I'm talking about the life of those you leave behind. And leaving well, as much as you've lived well, is incredibly important. And how do you do this? I think it is about the development and growth of this period of time, and whether we can develop good roles, what are the routines, and most importantly, what are the relationships, because no one is an island, even though Singapore is an island. We are part of a family.
Yeah, no, I think that, I've heard a couple of themes already, and one is that this is really a life course issue. It's not about targeting just the frail population or elders, but it's about understanding the changes that happen throughout life and helping people to go through those transitions as well as possible. And so we'll come back to that a little bit. I want to bring in our last panelist, Dr. Andrea Meyer, who we're very fortunate to have. She has come to Singapore recently. She's co-director of the Center for Healthy Longevity here at NUHS. And she's really been a leader both in research and medical practice in the gerontology space. And she's run medical practice in that area in both the Netherlands and Australia before coming here. So you have sort of both perspectives, the research and the medical perspective. And maybe you can talk a little bit about the biology of aging and what do you think the approaches are to deal with it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Brian. I think everybody knows that there's lots of evidence already from animal studies that we know why we age and what the aging mechanisms are. And we really understand on cellular level what's going to happen while the clock is ticking. And I think now it's really time to bring that to humans and to really change how healthcare is positioned nowadays, because it was already mentioned by Brian Kennedy, it's really sick here and we should move towards preventative care. And what's very important, I think, that we shouldn't wait until a disease occurs. For example, at the age of 60, 60% have at least 2 chronic diseases. At the age of 70, 70% of the population have suffer from multimorbidity. So I think what we should really try to achieve is to maximize the bodily functions, how our body is functioning during the life course. So at the age of 20, 30, 40, etc., and not waiting until we have so much damage that as physicians, we call it a disease. And then, of course, it's the question how to do that and how to achieve that. And it was already mentioned that there is not only chronological age, but there's also biological age. What we are working on here worldwide are biomarkers to measure the biological age. So really, how is your body functioning? What is the pace of aging? And how is the body reacting to so many things, which were already mentioned, like the environment or social stress, working environments, etc. And also, of course, what's your genetic makeup? And then, of course, while having these biomarkers and to measure biological age is very important to do something. And these are the interventions. And we have already interventions in hand. And that's, for example, lifestyle, healthy food, lots of physical activity, which really lowers the biological age already. And then, of course, and I think Singapore is really positioned to be in the lead in the end, to have also medication studies to see if we can pharmacologically lower the biological age in humans in the society. And why is Singapore such a, I would say, strong partner in the field of longevity? Because we have so many links with government and with industry, and then academia. And bringing these forces together, I think we will be able to lower the biological age of individuals during their life course.
Yeah, it's really a challenge, isn't it? It's really changing the course of how we think about medicine, and it involves a partnership really between the private sector, the government, the researchers, and the clinicians, and trying to turn that ship is a challenging thing. And I think both of us see Singapore as a big opportunity to do that. Maybe I can start more at the personal level, and then we can move out to the population level. So this question is kind of for Andrea and Daniel. We talk about physical aging, and we think of sarcopenia and frailty. We talk about cognitive aging, and we think about dementia. We think about other challenges seniors face from the mental health aspect. Is there really a difference between physical and mental aging? How much interlinked are they? Maybe you can start with that, Daniel.
It's a huge interface between them, because we already know that if the mental function is not well and you are not feeling good, then of course also that reflects on your body functions. For example, on the immune system. We know if there are stressful situations, then for example, you are much more likely to have an infection, for example, or influenza, and you will be sick. So we already know that these really go together. And I think this is also very important if we talk about interventions, how to lower the biological age, that we not just are focusing on the bodily functions, because we know how cells work, but that people are also happy. And we know from very big studies, from cohort studies of centenarians, for example, they say, yes, I love how I live my life and I'm happy. And so people who say, yes, they are happy and they're mentally well, they're very well embedded in society, they also live longer. At least that's what epidemiology and the data are telling us. So it's very important to integrate that.
And Daniel, do you want to join in?
Yeah, well, I still feel that very often we pathologize the things that we are looking at in terms of life, and of course, if you study cognitive functions, you will see that there is a decline. But if you look at creativity, for example, you will be very surprised. A lot of us assume that creative individuals are young. There's been studies suggesting that creativity is maximized, particularly in the humanities side of the house, in the 70s. And there's lots of evidence that suggests that there's a lot of, mental, your mental age isn't affected. In fact, it becomes more pronounced and better. So I think although pathogenesis is important, and there are illnesses that we have to be aware of in this age group, and multiple illnesses, a lot can be done in this area, I still feel that the importance of focusing on health and the origins of health, what I call salutogenesis, well described for a long time. What are those things that are important? We need to do more studies in those areas. The people who live long and are doing well, how do you help that? And it has to do with also the environment that we're living in.
You mentioned empowerment earlier, and I think that's a big component. Seniors want to feel like they are still contributing in ways that support their families, support communities, support society. How do you find ways to increase empowerment in Singapore for seniors?
Well, I mean, you have to make... I'm a child psychiatrist by practice. So when I work with kids, we try to make their world easier. So what we need is a world that's easier for the elderly. For someone who's, maybe they can't move as fast, how do you make that world more convenient? I've always told my wife, and by the way, I'm a grandfather of one, and as we manage our grandchildren, I would love to have a device which I could wear on me and help me to walk better, as quickly as the young person perhaps. And then that's probably what you want to do. Create a world where things are convenient and easy, and there is a sense that they can do things for themselves. One of the conversations I often have with my patients and myself also with my family is, oh, who's going to take care of me when I'm older? But do we need people to take care of us? How do we create that better environment? And empowerment means creating that elderly-friendly environment. In IMH, and I believe that Chenan will talk of this as well, we try to create healthcare facilities that are elder-friendly. We need entire societies to look at these different aspects of our lives. And I think we have technology today that can help this, both at the personal level and also in large scale for the environments in which we live in.
Excuse me, maybe Chin-Yun, you can comment on that. I know you've been focused on those aspects and technology and how it can assist seniors.
Yeah, I would agree very much with Daniel on that. We need to understand what makes for not just productive aging or healthy aging, but what makes for meaningful aging. What really matters to our population and our elders and our seniors. And I think one of the key questions that we have to address is to better understand how they live within their natural environments. Because while we try to make our healthcare institutions as elderly friendly as possible, it is nonetheless still a rather artificial environment. We have nurses who help them. The diet is more prescribed, and the medications are at determined times. But how do they function when they are at home, when they are interacting with their friends, when they are with their families? So I think that is that part that we really need to have a good handle on, because each person will have different needs. Some may be more introverted, some more extroverted, but each would have what drives them and what keeps them going and what would they like to do. So I think taking from Daniel's point, if we could, from the research perspective, how do we marry the insights from science and turn it into our services? So in SingHealth, we have two centers that are working on this. One is our Center for Pop Health Research and Implementation. And one of our projects is looking at the life space of our seniors, where we try to understand the impact of the environment, the health, and the social. So both the physical and the social environment of our community dwelling seniors. Can we better understand it using sensors, using interviews and multiple tools, and to understand then how do they live their lives? And the other part is our Center for Healthcare Assistive and Robotics Technology chart, which tries to develop technologies that can help us to be, not in this era of Internet of Things, to be unobtrusive, respecting their privacy, but yet at the same time being able to not just gather data, but perhaps give the necessary nudges, give the necessary reminders, so that not only to them, but maybe to their caregivers. So in Daniel's words, to make life easier for our elderly, and not just for the elderly, but for their caregivers and for their family members, and to enable the interactions that matter to them, to enable the life that they find fruitful and meaningful, regardless of which age or which stage, or even which physical ability or disability that they have. Thanks.
Yeah, it's really also an outreach problem. I think that you mentioned that earlier, and it's how do we communicate to the people that to think about aging in a different way. And I don't know, maybe you can Yup Singh talk a little bit about from a medical school perspective. How do you approach this changing demography?
Thanks, Brad. As I mentioned earlier, I think it's all about re-looking at aging, right? So when Singapore became independent 56 years ago, 1965, the life expectancy at birth was 67 years. Currently, it's 84 years. Right. So basically, we've gained 18 extra years of life. This should be can be considered a longevity dividend, right? So that's that's a good thing. I mean, if you have an extra 18 years, you can, if you're allowed to work and be productive, we can, earn a lot more money. If you have a meaningful life with your family and friends, it's meaningful longevity as well. So the only thing is that there are two main challenges here. One is looking at how we see the role of older people, right? Do we impose a mandatory retirement age on them? So, the mandatory, retirement age back in 1965 was probably 62 years of age, which makes sense when your life expectancy is 67, But right now, when it's about 84, is it still reasonable for people to retire at 65 or 62 or 70 even, if they're still healthy and working well? Because once you stop working and you're sidelined, there's always a higher chance that you become increasingly isolated socially, and then your functions will start to diminish. So one of the first challenges is to really rethink how we keep people engaged in society, engaged at work, and engaged in being productive. So that the buzzword now for aging is healthy and productive longevity, right? And of course, Shannon added meaningful longevity as well. So I think that's one of the first challenges, really looking at the role of older people. They are a great source of manpower that we seem to have marginalized, when actually they can be still creative and contribute very, very significantly to society. The second challenge is the fact that, okay, so we have 18 extra years of life now. The trouble is that between 8 to 10 years of those lives are spent in ill health. So because of our, there's always a gap between healthy life expectancy and life expectancy, and the gap is about 8 to 10 years. So the question is, can we reduce this gap by half to maybe 4 to 5 years instead, so that you can have, instead of 10 years of healthy life extra, maybe have 14, 15 years of extra healthy life. And so that obviously adds to your well-being and that of your family and society. At the same time, if you reduce the period of morbidity, then you reduce the burden on the economy and society by reducing healthcare costs. So the second challenge is one where you will require more innovative biological approaches to scientifically understand what drives healthy longevity. How do you modify biological age? The first challenge is more of a sociological one, where we look at the roles of older people. So those are, to me, the two challenges which I really like Singapore and every society to really look at very carefully and seriously find ways to fix them.
Yeah, I think that's the real thing. We talk about life expectancy going up, and we think of that as a great thing, and it is in many ways. But when lifespan is going up faster than health span, you're also increasing that period of morbidity, you're increasing the cost, you're lowering the quality of life. And so, Andrea, how do we focus on health span?
That's a challenge, but I think it's doable. I think there should be a mind shift, especially in the healthcare sector. That's on the one hand side. On the other hand side, a change of how we look at our body from a societal perspective. Everybody here also in the room. So, as I mentioned, we are waiting. Our healthcare system is waiting until there is a disease, and we do not focus yet on prevention. Once the blood pressure is too high, once the glucose level is too high, we call it a disease. However, the disease, of course, is already progressing 10, 20, maybe 30 years already before that. So, and to enable that we are aging more gracefully and extending the health span, we really have to interfere with bodily functions already earlier in life, which means already at the age maybe of 20 or 30 or 40, to see how we can delay the aging process by either lifestyle approaches or by pharmacological approaches, which are or could be available quite soon. And there was to extend the healthy lifespan and to delay the onset of a disease like diabetes, like hypertension, maybe even cancer. And I think, as I mentioned beforehand, there is so much evidence already from animal studies, and the time is really now to test that in humans, in big cohort studies, but especially in interventional studies. But while doing so, I think there has to be a mind shift in the healthcare system that we focus really on extending the health span and on prevention. And, you know, I am an internal medicine specialist, and I think having a specialty like longevity medicine would be wonderful to integrate this prevention aspects into, for example, internal medicine or in general practice in the primary care sector in the end.
Yeah, and really the concept of aging has not reached medical schools to a large extent yet. You know, when I was teaching at University of Washington, you know, I'm not an MD, by the way, just to let everybody know, but I was teaching medical students about biochemistry, and we talk about aging, and that was the only knowledge of aging they got, yet it's the biggest risk factor for most of the things they're going to treat. I mean, and also the interface really for most of the people in the community is not the specialist in the hospital, but the primary care practitioner. And so how do we communicate between clinicians and general population to evoke things like lifestyle change?
That's of course also a challenge, because in the end we have the healthcare system to treat a disease. So why would you invest as a person, as an individual, into prevention if that is changing your lifestyle, for example? Why should people move more if we know that this is preventative for diseases? But of course, it costs some change of your way of living. It's a difficult question, but I think Singapore is really at the edge to achieve that with public health approaches.
I completely agree with you. I think prevention is a big area, but you can't, you know, it's such a big issue, and yet it is, we say it without actually some action. What we probably need to do is to ask our physicians, are you willing, and recently I've asked that of my psychiatrist, are you willing to spend 20% of your time seeing and treating patients and 80% of your time trying to prevent illness? The skill sets are different, and you probably have to train for that in terms of coaching people. Lifestyle change is not about prescription. It is about telling people, look, you know, think about your life. You know, what do you need to do to keep your health and maintain it, and what are the things that promote health as much as it is about preventing illness. And I think those kind of changes requires a complete mindset shift. I only see the doctor when I'm sick, but perhaps you should be starting to treat the well. And that's really the purpose of population health.
Yeah,
I agree with that. Yeah, please chip in.
Yeah, if I may chip in, I think following from Daniel and Andrea's point on the preventive part, I think sometimes when we see a patient and we think that because everything looks good, you say there's nothing else I can do for you. But that may be thinking of it more in terms of the medication perspective. But I think increasingly we should increase our repertoire of what we offer to our patients. And I think in Singapore and around the world, there's a movement where exercise is considered medicine, and where, because we know your mobility status and how active you are does affect your health, and how do you then prescribe medicine in a healthy way, in the right way. And the other part is also about social prescribing, about recommending how to keep our people engaged. It could be to the library, it could be to gardening, it could be certain activities. But that, I think, in Andrew's words, it requires that mind shift for us to think of, as healthcare practitioners, what can we actually offer to our patients, offer to our residents beyond what we are currently able to give, and expanding this repertoire. And I think that another area of the mind shift is also moving from just thinking of what are the gaps in terms of what they can't do or what are the diseases that have, to looking at what we call intrinsic capacity or intrinsic capability, what they can do. Because I think to empower someone, I think it is always more encouraging when you tell me, hey, you can do this and you can do more of this, especially if you like it, rather than being told this is what you can't do, this what you can't do, this what you can't do. I know all the no's, but what can I do? So I think that's something that we need to work on. And that I think carries forward in terms of our engagement with the community and the environment in which our seniors and our population live in. And I think learning from the social sciences, learning what we call the ABCD approach, the asset-based community development, where we again see what are the strengths in the community, how can we leverage on it, and then how can we work with each other under focusing on what the gifts that each of us have and are willing to contribute, and then building that community and building that society that enables the meaningful, healthy, and productive aging.
Yeah, I think that one of the problems with, you know, you hear a lot that prevention doesn't work well, and one of the problems is that we don't recognize the personal component of it, and that if you just tell everybody go exercise and eat right, you know, that doesn't fit people's needs. You have to work with people to find sustainable lifestyle changes and convince them not only that it's good for them 20 years from now, but it's good for them now. They'll feel better and have more energy and now. And so I think that we tend to trivialize what we tell people in terms of prevention, and we need to find ways to put more time and effort into personalizing that for each individual so that they find some path toward a healthier lifestyle that is sustainable for them. Maybe, you know, we're starting to come to the end, so maybe I'll just ask people to you know, think a little bit about the future and where you want to see Singapore, say 10 years from now, in terms of improving the lives of seniors, compressing morbidity, etc. Andrea, you talked a lot about interventions. How fast can interventions be validated in humans, and how fast can they get to the community in Singapore?
So I think we need 1 to 3 more years to have the first results of randomized controlled trials, which is the highest standards, of course, to test if interventions work. For example, using small molecules, new medications to test, but also lifestyle interventions. I think Singapore can be on the forefront really in if we would have positive results, and we already have worldwide a couple of smaller studies which are very positive and in terms of lowering the biological age. And I think then Singapore can quite nicely, or could quite nicely, implement these changes into healthcare or into the community. There are a couple of approaches in Singapore, of course, where locations are really being transformed to see how we can adapt lifestyle and change lifestyle and change healthcare systems. So maybe if you ask me what's a time frame for implementation, 10 years of time, my own KPI is really to hopefully to integrate longevity medicine into clinical practice in the next coming 5 years. And that means that we can test the biological age of individuals, and we have the first interventions really being implemented into, for example, outpatient systems.
Maybe I'll go to Yap-Sing next as a transition. You talked about integrating into clinical practice. How do you see sort of longevity medicine falling into the clinic?
Thanks, Brian. So yes, I think doctors, healthcare practitioners haven't really come to embrace the idea of biological aging yet. So I think it's important for them to come to terms with that idea that you can modify age biologically with the right kind of lifestyle and maybe pharmaceutical interventions. And then we can maybe start to see that being more of a clinical practice. But I think, you know, tackling aging, we have to move well beyond the healthcare sector. The government has a major role to play in the way they engineer the environment physically as well as sociologically, you know, and maybe in employment terms as well. So I think there are lots of things to be done there. And Singapore actually is one of the first countries in the world to really look at aging carefully as a population problem. And they have started many of this environmental and social engineering efforts. But I think that they need to take one extra step, and that's to go into the scientific realm of aging, and to really invest in the research into aging and what we can do about biological age. So I think many countries, I mean, a lot of the research that Andrea was talking about has been done in the West, but very few Western countries have actually brought this science from animals into humans. So I would like to see Singapore doing that very boldly, because our demographic shift is so fast towards the aging that we really have not much time left to wait around for other people to show us the way. I think we have to take the lead ourselves, invest in the science of aging, and see what we can meaningfully do to that. We're already doing a lot in the social and environmental space. I think we need to do more in the scientific space.
Yeah, I think that's true, and you can look at what's happened in the private sector recently. I mean, the private sector has moved heavily into longevity research now, both in terms of measuring biologic age and trying to intervene to slow or reverse aspects of aging. There's companies all over the world. They're becoming well funded, and I think we need partnerships with governments that really step forward. We're trying to bring some of those companies here to Singapore, and it would be a great opportunity to really step up and trying to address this issue. Shinner, you talked about that we should be working with well people. I don't know about treating well people, but we want to be helping well people stay well as opposed to seeing people after they get sick. How do you imagine over the next 10 years or so seeing health changing to be more community minded like that?
I think my dream is the ability for us to be able to link up the scientific advancements, which I think Yap-Sing, Andrea, and Daniel has spoke about, and be able to translate it and having a mechanism to turn it into day-to-day reality from what happens in the lab, from the genomics, the animal models, to the individual, the pathophysiology, moving on to the individual's social environment and the lived environment, in terms of their household, their family, their physical environment, and into the population. So I think the various components are actually already in place in Singapore in various shapes and sizes. So I think the challenge is the ability to link all this together and be able to translate them into meaningful intervention at pace and scale. So I think that's my actually dream, to see how can we in Singapore turn this, and also working from across the life stages, as I shared earlier, from all the way from the womb to the cradle, and so that it's a dignified living, because aging doesn't start at 60. Actually, every moment that we are here, actually we age a minute or a second. So I think we have to then see how can we address it in a meaningful way.
And then finally, I'll give you the final word, Daniel. So you mentioned things about creativity, wisdom. How do we bring that out in seniors in Singapore? What's the future for this?
Well, thanks, Brian. I was going to talk about really how we are using science today, and we study, and Andrea mentioned randomized controlled trials, which is a way of studying illness. Is that methodology the ideal methodology for understanding aging, and whether we should consider, for example, Yap-Sing's cohort studies are wonderful, but we have an entire cohort that we are able to study. It's only 40,000 births a year. If you study those cohorts and use that data, so I'm suggesting that for us to be a truly smart city, to think about taking that data from the smart devices that we have and then turning it and using that to give us better insights into, we've talked about it, right? There's the social side of the house and the biological side. If you could collect the data, have ecological momentary sort of awareness, identification of people's lives as they go on, and today we have a lot of these monitoring devices digitally, you might have a better understanding of large cohorts. Today, there is not enough of using that data, which in Singapore is fast happening. Really, the science of data analytics and big data and how you can use it to then inform us on dealing with the aging issue, including the biological side of the house. And I'd like to see that. And I believe at the end of the day, it is about creating responsibilities for the elderly and independence that will make their lives better. I think that they need community and socializing, and there's a lot in terms of what we have. We are the second most digitally connected society outside of the US, and we have the opportunities and I suppose the wealth to do this well. So
yeah, thank you. Thanks, everyone. And just to close, I see this as a huge opportunity for Singapore. People always talk about silver tsunami and all the bad things of aging, but this is really a nation that's poised to really tackle this problem and bring out the best and that seniors can offer, and so to contribute to society and to also contribute to their own wellness. We talked about it both from the individual level and the population level, and I think there's obviously a lot of challenges. It's a multifaceted problem, and we have to have a holistic approach to it that involves academics, government, and private sector. It's just great to hear, so many great minds in Singapore thinking about this problem from different perspectives, and hopefully we can bring it together and really create meaningful change on the island in the next 10 years. Thank you for joining us, and I hope we can do this again soon. Thanks a lot.
Aging will never be the same for every individual. Our aging populations across the world have unique healthcare needs, which are both global and local in nature. How can we predict and identify risks early, tailor care towards different patients, and how can data and technologies help? In the next session, Prevention, Prediction, Personalization, Scott Berkowitz, VP and Chief Population Health Officer, Johns Hopkins Medicine, Associate Professor of Cardiology, Johns Hopkins University, and Henry Bradati, Professor of Aging and Mental Health and Co-Director, Center for Healthy Brain Aging at the University of New South Wales, Sydney, offer their perspectives.
Well, hi, Scott. Nice to meet you.
It's very nice to meet you as well, Henry.
Yeah. So we come from different ends of the spectrum, really. You're coming from cardiology and population health. I'm a clinician, I'm a psychogeriatrician, and I work with people with dementia. I do a lot of diagnoses and work in, see people in nursing homes, and I go to people's homes as well. And I've been doing a lot of research in this area for many years.
Great. As you mentioned, I'm a cardiologist, general cardiologist, and also the Chief Population Health Officer for Johns Hopkins Medicine. And so in that capacity, I'm involved in helping to set the population health activities and agenda within our organization, working on trying to improve care for populations within our various communities and being able to assess and understand the impact of that work. I'm a part of a new office which is being developed, and the work that we're doing right now spans a whole set of priority areas, which I would be happy to explore in more depth. But the big picture is that we do a lot of work to focus on improving the health for aging populations and those with greatest needs, typically those with multiple comorbidities and chronic conditions, and trying to think about opportunities for personalizing care and being able to prevent and support the care of those patients.
Thanks. I've been around for about 40 years doing this sort of work and moved into it clinically subsequently, and then started doing research and took up a chair in aged care and mental health, aging and mental health, and have been doing that now for about 30 years. I work quite a lot in advocacy and in policy as well, and I'm very interested in population health. So sort of spanning from the macro level right down to the personal level. So as far as the macro level, we know there's close on 500 million people in the world right now with dementia. The estimates are in the high 400 millions, that is. And that's set to triple within about 30 or 40 years. Numbers vary, and there's a lot of extrapolations in making those estimates. I mean, in the last century, we added 25 years in 100 years to life expectancy. It was just an amazing statistic. And we have about 16% of the population aged over 65. The fastest growing sectors are those over 80, or particularly the older the sector, the faster the growth. So the 100-year-olds, the centenarians, we have about 6,000 in Australia. We're going to have more than triple that by about 2050. It's rapidly growing. So there's a lot of areas for work there. So in my work, I've been particularly interested in several areas in prevention. And we're running a large trial, which we can come back to, which is online using lifestyle factors, and in better diagnosis and care. And most of the research happens at the high-tech area, but most of the action happens at the primary care level. And there's a big disconnect there. And then finally, trying to improve care both in hospitals and in residential care and in community care. And I know you're particularly interested in that. One of the issues is, can we get better integration of community care to prevent residential care? So in our country, we have about 190,000 people in residential care, and about 160,000 receiving some home care packages.
That's terrific background. You know, I think that a common theme and from both of our experiences is the idea of trying to be able to provide that right care, right place, right time for the patient, and to the extent that that care can be provided in and appropriately provided in a lower cost setting, it's advisable to be able to do that. And to your point, if it can be provided in the home, it's better than in a facility. If it can be provided in a facility, it's better than in a hospital. And we continue to try to work on trying to allow that patient to get to that right care setting and to be supported by family and other team members in doing so. We also think that there's opportunities in prevention, but also as you get into more into personalization and prediction, particularly with patients of more significant needs and multiple comorbidities, whether it's mental health or other chronic conditions. We're trying to do work to be able to identify those patients and to be able to understand how to best tailor our programs for their needs, a very personalized approach to care. I think data and analytics is really key in being able to do that and to be able to use that data in the right way and to be able to use risk prediction tools. And we're fortunate to have some folks on our team who have that type of expertise. And the ACG model of care actually was developed at the School of Public Health at Hopkins. So we're fortunate in being able to collaborate with folks there who have been developing risk models for some period of time. But I do think if you can personalize the care, if you can understand the needs of those patients, if you can be able to provide services and you're able to deliver those services in a lower cost setting or in their homes, they're able to be around their families for longer and with that support from caregivers, it really is a wonderful thing that you've been able to show and achieve. And I think that's really terrific. We also are still trying to think about opportunities in that way. There's a program that we have, which is called PACE. It's called the Program All-Inclusive Care for the Elderly, which is a combined, in the US, Medicare and Medicaid duals program. It's a separate financing model where it's similar home-based model with services. You go to a day care type facility and you receive services and you're wrapped around all sorts of services, geriatrics and other services. It tends to be limited in states. Our state is looking currently at trying to expand that, but it's been very successful. Again, with the focus on services and really being able to tailor it for the needs of a typically high risk and high cost population. And with that, you're able to provide more services that they need. So I think it's really terrific. It sounds like there's parallels between our countries and some of the work, but it's just really awesome.
I like the personalized approach, Scott. I've been advocating for a few years now that we can learn from what medicine's done, for example, pharmacogenomics and breast cancer, where we have very tailored treatments based on genetic profiles as well as the nature of the pathology and so forth. And there's no reason we can't do the same with psychosocial interventions or community interventions, where we can tailor it to what the person needs and not provide a one-fits-all model. And I think we can learn from medicine and import that model. And I've been focusing on dementia, but dementia is just one of many aging morbidities that occur, and it's pretty narrow not to think about the whole person and think about the social sphere they're in, the relationships they have, the physical morbidity as well as the cognitive morbidity and psychological morbidity. So it really, you need to draw a map of what's happening with that person. And when I'm teaching, I talk about drawing an etiological map and then saying, you've got factors in all these different domains. Now work out what your priorities and how that would work together, and then tailor a package. So I think we're very much on the same pathway there. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that idea. And we also have described, thinking about that maybe 30% of the care might be related to typical clinical factors, and there's other behavioral, emotional factors. And then we also have other social factors, which we call social determinants of health. And in our delivery system, which spans many urban cities with disadvantaged communities, as well as more upscale communities in different areas, you have all comers with all different needs and challenges. And we have patients who are not able to get the transportation they need, those who are not able to get food or to pay for their medications or things of that sort. And so similar, as you think about the whole person, I think you're exactly right. We need to think about their sort of chronic types of conditions, as well as maybe their mental health, behavioral health, substance abuse challenges, as well as other population-based needs that our teams may have related to accessing medications, accessing care, being able to get what they need, housing instability. And so I think you're exactly right, as you really understand that whole person. And there's different care team members, like I'm sure it is for you, who are able to best meet those needs. We have sort of the more typical clinician component. We also have many terrific team members in nursing support roles, case managers. We have licensed clinical social workers related to behavioral health. We have our community health workers who come from the neighborhoods that they help to support patients with needs. And we call completing barriers to care assessments. How can they help patients navigating those particular environments? And so it really does take a village in order to be successful in managing the care of populations of patients. And I think it is absolutely essential to personalize the care for these patients and understand what their particular needs are, and to be able to then best ensure that you meet them and then can understand over time the impact of that work.
Yeah, one of the areas that we've been working on currently is in post-diagnostic care. And we've got a fair bit of a lot of evidence to show that when people get the diagnosis, they're often left in a void, that they're confused, they're befuddled, they don't know what's coming next. And there's so much that we can offer apart from prescription of a cholinesterase inhibitor if they have Alzheimer's disease. And so, there's rehabilitation, there's cognitive training, there's cognitive stimulation therapy, there's working with the family, there's psychological therapies, there's integrating them into active pursuits. But particularly in primary care, and even amongst my specialist colleagues, people are fairly nihilistic about what can be done to help people. And so this is an area that I think we'll see more and more developments into. It seems to me the drugs are coming that may have an effect on Alzheimer's, not other dementias. And vascular dementia is the second most common dementia. And we know that all the vascular risk factors are also risk factors for dementia as well. And one of the strategies that we've been trying to promote is for our hypertension specialists, our diabetes specialists, our cardiac specialists, to always think about the brain as well as that particular organ that they're involved in it, and vice versa, of course. Brain specialists.
It's not just about the heart.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. And it's very hard to get people to change their behavior, as we all know. But we know that if we can get people exercising more, and if we could get people eating a healthier diet and avoiding obesity and hypercholesterolemia and diabetes, then they would have a lower rate of dementia. And estimates are that about 40% of the population attributable risk is with environmental factors that we can modify. And that's what led us to do an online trial, and we just finished it last month actually. Haven't got the data analysed yet, but there was 6,000 people randomised and did this study, and looking at nutrition, exercise, brain training. There's a lot of computer cognitive training programs out there, some with better evidence than others. And also treatment of depression and anxiety. And everything was done online. Everything's measured online, delivered online. So eminently scalable at a population level if we can show benefit for that. So that's the hope.
That sounds wonderful. I look forward to learning about the results of your study.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
And I will tell you though, as a practicing cardiologist, I not infrequently have the conversation with patients about the fact that cardiovascular disease is a systemic disease. It is a disease of all organs and vessels and inflammation, and the way in which you have to manage that is the way you have to manage it universally across your body, with, as you suggested, with dietary reduction changes, exercise, medications at times, and things of that sort, but really focusing on the whole body and in the way in which all of those elements of atherosclerotic vascular disease manifest across one's body. So I really appreciate that, and I appreciate your comments about the manifestations in terms of dementia. I do think that it's, we focus on several of these areas and need to try to be focused on risk prediction and modification and reduction and really changing behavior. This is again another one of those intersections that we have within our worlds, is that this really requires risk factor modification, but behavior modification as well, and changing the way we approach building in the time for exercise and things of that sort, and making sure that people in different communities, some are able to access exercise equipment, some are not, trying to meet people where they are in terms of figuring out how they can get access to those sorts of foods. Some people may be in food deserts where they don't have as much access to nutritious foods. And so I think being sensitive to those issues and how we can help patients, families, and communities with accessing what they need for a healthy life is important. And there's so many ways to try to help to support that, but it can be challenging in certain environments for sure.
Yeah, that's true. It goes even wider than that. I was reading recently about the link between air pollution and dementia, and the particulate matter in the air has been associated with higher rates, and excellent work out of the US where they're able to have parcel out the whole country into small pockets and find air pollution gradients across those, and then look at gradients of incidence of various diseases. So that's interesting. And even just socialization, people who socialize more seem to have better health. We don't know which way the direction of causality goes, but even with long follow-up, people who socialize more have less dementia and less other health problems. And so we're trying to think about ways to improve that.
I think there will be advances in each area of prevention, prediction, and personalization in the next 10 years. I think that the opportunity related to personalization is really impressive, because I think that technology, genomics, data and analytics, the ability to look at it in different ways, we will increasingly be able to understand people and their needs at a whole deeper level than we're able to do so today, to be able to best tailor therapies and other treatments for patients, and to be able to then deliver them and to be able to understand the impact of them. There's something that we have that's actually called personalized medicine, precision medicine, and sort of it gets at that idea of really being able to get layers deeper in terms of understanding the genomics and other elements. That's a big set of programs that are featured at Hopkins. There's a lot of work that's happening in. But even in the space with respect to population health and precision population health, our opportunity to really understand each individual and in their needs, I think will continue to improve over the coming years. It's a very exciting field of growth and opportunity, I think, for science and medicine in general.
Well, I agree with Scott. There'll be advances in all of them. I'm worried that we're overselling the prevention side with dementia. The results have been positive. Mainly they're epidemiological rather than intervention trials. And the intervention trials, the results The effect sizes have not been great. I'm hopeful that we'll do better. As far as prediction's concerned, the growth in biomarkers and imaging continues to grow. So on the technical side of things, we're doing really well there. As far as the personalization, I think that's a big opportunity that's waiting to be taken. And everybody now has huge databases, and the world is changing. We're now sharing data like never before, and it's easier. And we can now interrogate huge databases across multiple countries. And so we've just been working on a blueprint for dementia research for WHO. Our group has been involved in that. And you realize that what we're doing in the United States or Australia may not be appropriate, often isn't, for India or a low-income country. And so we do have to take a global view of this as well.
Well, Henry, this has been so much fun to learn more about your work and what you're doing with your colleagues in Australia. And I hope that we'll have the opportunity to continue this conversation in the future.
Thanks, Scott.
Novel therapeutic inventions that address the cause of age-related damage and dysfunction hold great potential to prevent or treat age-related diseases and extend the healthy human lifespan. In this session, company builders and senior leaders of emerging organizations share the latest approaches in tackling age-related disorders as the next frontier. This session features Rita Ballas-Gordon, CEO, Luna Therapeutics, Marco Boersma, General Partner at Forbion, Jens Eckstein, Managing Partner, Apollo Health Ventures, Kristen Fortney, Co-founder and CEO, BioAge, James Pyer, Founder and CEO, Cambrian Biopharma, and Session Leader Dave Madge, VP of Discovery Services, WuXi AppTec.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the penultimate session in this Healthy Aging Forum. My name is Dave Madge and I work in the Discovery Services team at WuXi AppTec. In this session, we'd like to build on the insightful contributions from previous speakers and panelists and really start to look at what the future may hold, how we're going to realize real advances towards improved health span. Over the next 40 minutes or so, we're going to discuss with key leaders from diverse fields of healthy aging, investments, research, and development. So please let me start by introducing my guests on this panel. Rita Ballas-Gordon, CEO of Luna Therapeutics. Hi, Rita. Kristen Fortney, co-founder and CEO of BioAge. Hi, Kristen. Marco Boersma, general partner at Forbion. Jens Eckstein, managing partner at Apollo Healthcare Ventures. And James Pyer, founder and CEO of Cambrian Biopharma. Thank you all for joining us today. So to get us started, I think we're all familiar with the basic tenets of the interwoven hallmarks of aging, considerations of genomic instability, cellular senescence, stem cell exhaustion, and other actors. James, I think you would categorize these elements very broadly into molecular alterations, cellular dysfunction, and tissue degeneration. Amongst these broad categories, what are the disease areas that you feel might prove more accessible to therapeutic intervention in the near term?
I think one of the fascinating things about this ecosystem, using the breakthroughs that we've made in science all around the world into understanding what causes aging, and I think represented by many of the folks that we have here on the panel, is that the number of diseases that are going to be first looked at by drugs coming from this longevity field, broadly defined, are incredibly diverse. Everything from, chronic diseases like arthritis, diabetes, neurodegenerative disease, to acute age-related conditions like cancer or myocardial infarction, but even things that kind of even come out of left field, like pediatric rare childhood disease or pediatric rare diseases that share a mechanism of action that has gone completely haywire with something that normally degrades bit by bit as we get older. And so one of the the things that I always like to think about as we go into a discussion like this around healthy aging and healthy longevity is to make 2 quick points on what this field is and how to broadly define it, right? The first piece is that I think everyone playing in this field today is focused not so much on indications as they are on mechanisms. And as a field, we're interested in mechanisms of action that, I'm going to say get worse in the broadest possible terms as we age. Sometimes that means it's a mechanism that isn't there when we're young and appears when we're old. Sometimes it's something that is there when we're young and disappears when we're old. And this field really got kicked off, about 8 years ago, when a whole bunch of feuding scientists came together to identify the 9 hallmarks of aging. We extended those at Cambrian to about 13 different, molecular drivers of aging, but each one of those can be addressed by new therapeutics that have been created in just like the last 3 or 4 years. And that's giving rise to a whole bunch of different indications that are targeted in these stepping stones that the industry is going to work at. And this is kind of the second point, that each drug created by an entity in this space will first be used against an acute condition, something that's regulatable by the FDA or another regulator today to show safety and efficacy. And then after you have a safe and effective drug targeting one of these drivers of aging, then you can say, okay, now let's use this in a prevention context, in the same way that statins, for example, were developed to extend human health in a primary prevention way in the long term. So I think it's a long answer to your question, but I think frames a little bit of the space that we're playing in and the incredible diversity that you're going to see from these novel mechanistic breakthroughs applied to all different areas of human health.
That's very, very helpful, James. And as you say, provides a great framework for some of our further discussion. And perhaps this is a good point to have a chat with Rita and learn a little bit about how Rita's focused on developing therapies for neurodegenerative disorders. This notion of building on insights into molecular pathways in different brain cells, different cell types that underlie disease pathology is obviously going to take us in different directions. Different therapeutic opportunities will arise in different CNS disorders. Rita, in particular, you're identifying pathways whose manipulation can lead to resilience to the development of neurodegeneration. These are obviously complex pathways, so how do you build that understanding between disease progression and a tractable point of intervention?
So much of the field of neuroscience over the last 3 decades has been focused on the mechanisms that drive neurodegeneration and what the sequelae of those mechanisms are for brain function, notably cognition. And we and others in the field over the last 5 years or so have taken that information and sort of turned it on its head and asked the question, what are the mechanisms that lead individuals to age very successfully and retain cognition at a very high level despite the presence of hallmarks of neurodegeneration? And can we take an understanding from the cells and the tissues from those patients post-mortem and map those onto cellular mechanisms that confer resilience and are the substrate of what we think will be healthy brain aging? At Muna, we are using autopsy samples from individuals with prominent AD pathology and cognitive impairment compared to age-matched controls, and using a spatial transcriptomic approach to understand the response of different cell types in the brain surrounding AD hallmark pathology and at a distance from it. And I think that perhaps is not so surprising. I would call that a rather conventional approach. But we've mapped onto that an understanding of what cell types are doing in individuals who have prominent AD pathology, but who have been deeply phenotyped and are cognitively normal and have a putative resilience phenotype, resilience to the effects of AD pathology. And then to address the question of whether or not such individuals would develop the hallmarks of cognitive impairment and other sequelae that are mapped to Alzheimer's disease if they live long enough. We've included in these analyses the brains of individuals who are centenarians with and without AD pathology and with and without cognitive impairment. And so we have a very broad data set of individual cellular responses and pathways that are dysregulated in disease, how those pathways are affected in resilient individuals, and then how those pathways are represented in a centenarian cohort. Now, you asked the question of what do you do with that information to lead you to therapeutics? And of course, this is the issue that we and many other companies and academic labs around the globe are wrestling with. And there are a number of tools that we're taking advantage of, not the least of which is machine learning and AI approaches to really get to a bioinformatic understanding of these data sets and understand what is changing spatially and temporally in the context of disease or resilience or centenarian brains. We're understanding the biology of these pathways in human iPS-derived cells, and we're using all of the cell types that are represented in the brain. And then are asking questions by pushing and pulling on the biology for interesting nodes in those pathways by overexpression or knockdown, what the effect is of those pathways on driving cells to either a disease phenotype, a neurodegeneration promoting phenotype, a resilience or resilience promoting phenotype. And of course, lots of other filters on the data set, including focusing on those pathways and nodes where there's some existing human genetic evidence, for example, or an understanding of some of the core biology. And then putting all of this evidence together, the idea is that this approach will lead us to some familiar targets. And I think we can say, although it's very early days for Muna's work, that some of those familiar targets have already popped up.
Thanks, Rita. You speak very, very deeply about new technologies that are contributing to our ability to identify targets and to make disease associations in this space. And I think this leads very nicely into perhaps a discussion from Kristen as to what BioAge are doing, which is, again, very much enabled by new technologies and building a sort of bottom-up, ground-up approach to understanding what's happening in different cell types in aging. So, Kristen, could you talk to us a little bit about how you're forging an understanding of the aging process and how you're identifying targets that can be beneficially manipulated? Perhaps in particular, what are the mechanistic insights that led to the selection of your current clinical portfolio?
Yeah, lots of great questions there. So definitely, so at BioAge, yeah, we're clinical stage now, and we're really focused on building out a portfolio of differentiated drugs that address different mechanisms of aging. And the targets for these drugs are really emerging from our human data platform. So I think, like everybody on this call, I'm very bullish about the aging space. I think there are a lot of things that are going to be discovered. So at BioAge, we are working with thousands of samples, thousands of human individuals, where there are samples collected from some really special biobanks that started collecting these blood samples and health records and health variables as long as 50 years ago when these people were middle-aged. And those individuals were tracked longitudinally for the entire rest of their lives. So this is really rich data. And I think that if you really want to get a handle on human aging, you need these kind of data because humans age on the scale of decades. And ideally, you want to know what's going on pre-disease, right? Because these deleterious aging changes that predispose to disease happen before you become very sick. So our approach at BioAge is really to go in and into these samples and use these modern technologies like the proteome, the metabolome, the transcriptome, just list out every molecule that we can. And it's a really important point that the scale of that, but what we've been able to do there is very different from even just a few years ago, right? Like if you're doing just a proteome on the blood, you can now look at 7,000 proteins if you're using SomaLogic, and you could see maybe like 10-fold less just a few years ago. So the scale of what we can do now is really amazing. But we can make a list of all these different targets that matter, and then ask a bunch of questions of this rich data set, like what is changing with age? But the most important question, I think, for us at BioAge is what predicts the future, right? Like what molecular signatures differentiate those people who go on to live 90 plus and their brains still work and their bodies still work, the centenarians, right, with this compressed morbidity, from the rest of us, or people who, maybe only make it to age 60. So when you have this sort of rich distribution and of all these human experiments, you can figure out these different pathways that are important for aging. And as you might expect, there are lots, right? So I think there's going to be a lot of therapies that really make a significant impact on human health span and lifespan. And at BioAge, thus far, we've made 3 clinical stage bets based on some of these data sets. So just to give you an example, you asked about our current clinical programs today, and I'll just give you a brief summary of each of them. So our most advanced program right now is a drug that impacts immune aging. And this drug seems to be, not really care about the particular pathogen challenge because it's correcting certain aspects of the immune system. And this drug is currently in phase 2 trials for an older hospitalized COVID-19 population. We have 2 drugs as well that are focused on muscle aging. So one drug that we brought in really recently from Amgen, it's an in-licensed drug. It's a really exciting target called apelin. When we use this molecule in multiple different models of mouse muscle atrophy and regeneration, it significantly improved what we saw there. So again, we're going into an acute muscle indication first, but ultimately it could be a frailty drug. And just really briefly, our 3rd program is a hypoxia stimulator. So this is the pathway in your body that responds to low oxygen levels. Again, similar story, lifetime association with future good outcomes. Interventional study showing it can improve regeneration and muscle function. And our first indication there is going after hip fracture, post-operative anemia.
Fantastic, Kristen, thanks very much. So I guess there's a couple of themes emerging here around the enablement piece, technologies, access to substantial, well-characterized longitudinal data sets, access to human stem cells, human samples that allow us to really interrogate what's happening over a period of time. I'm interested to get a view from our investors on the panel. This is a huge amount of exciting science that's going on in the area. What are the features of new discoveries that convince you to nurture and invest in these ideas? Perhaps Jens, you could start. What's really excited you in this area recently?
Yeah, great introductions from the 3 previous speakers because I can kind of skate on them. As James mentioned in the beginning, what really has changed over the last 5 years is that we have boiled down gerosciences now really to real known molecular targets. And that really allows us to use the whole armamentarium of pharmaceutical drug development, but put them on a completely different set of targets with a very, very different approach to disease. And that is, of course, good for investors because we know what pharmaceutical development can do. If we understand the target, if we understand the pathway, we can find chemical matter or antibodies or any other modality in real time, and we can actually then use those compounds as tool compounds initially and then interrogate the biology and see if the hypothesis was really true. And that's a known path. So that's great for an investor because it really mitigates the risk to go into something completely novel. So that's fantastic. So we have real targets, which is great. The second one I would say is what Kristen was alluding to, and that is the tools we have today are just amazing. If you look at tools development of the last 5-6 years, sequencing, single cell RNA-seq, proteomics, where you look at 10-20,000 proteins at the same time, metabolomics. All these have come down in cost tremendously. So this is also now something you can do in real time. So you can do an early stage program and you can pull in all these omics tools and really get incredible information. If we combine this now with longitudinal data sets, this actually grows even more. So you can have a very nice interplay between creating chemical matter that is targeting specific targets, using the chemical matter, interrogating the biology again, get feedback from the biology, and then test it against the data sets of the omics and see if this all fits together. And ultimately, you will now end up with a mechanism-based approach. You can follow your mechanism of action from the early stage, which is out of cells, biochemical approaches, into the cell-based assays, into the animal models, and ultimately into man. And that is really where the risk mitigation lies for investors. We want to follow mechanisms. We don't want to be surprised in a phase 1b or phase 2 trial where we suddenly see some things that are completely off mechanism. So that is incredibly encouraging.
Thanks, Jens. Marco, would you like to step in here with some comments too?
As an investor, you of course always look in, okay, what problem are we gonna solve, right? And healthy aging and longevity is of course very exciting and very relevant. Obviously, also with the population getting older in the first place. It's always a question. So, what is it that make people sick, and what is the disease, and how are we gonna cure those? We're not gonna give persons of 30 or 40 years of age a pill to see how much longer that person is gonna live versus persons that are not getting a medication, right? So how it's currently is, and I hope it's gonna change. But for now, it's mainly, okay, what disease are we gonna treat and drug, and see if we can cure. And then ideally, of course, we get into a prevention setting rather than treatment, because I think there is so much more to gain.
Well, Marco, you recently launched Oxytope with a focus on oxidative stress. What did you find particularly appealing about the underlying science in that company?
Yeah, that's an interesting technology that's been developed. Well, that's based on 30 years of basic research by Joe Whitstone and Sam Chimikas of University of San Diego. And then you see actually the importance of basic science, and that it takes typically a while before that basic science is going to be applied in like true drug development. Oxytope is about development of antibodies against oxidation-specific epitopes. As we age, certain individuals as we age, there's excessive oxidative stress leading to inflammation, and in certain persons, in certain diseases, that is more excessive than in others. Oxidation-specific epitopes or modification of proteins and lipids generated in organs and tissues during oxidative stress. In evolution, the innate immune system has generated natural antibodies to bind and inactivate those oxidation-specific epitopes to protect actually humans from disease or from oxidative stress, but then from inflammation and inflammatory diseases. So many individuals are born with reduced levels of those protective antibodies, leading to early disease and a lack of lifelong protection. So Oxytope has actually identified those antibodies, clone them, humanize them, and the idea is to develop those initially in diseases that we all know, like atherosclerosis, liver diseases, neurological inflammations, and that is what we are doing. So we're gearing up to get this into the clinic in the next 2 years or so. Those antibodies.
Fantastic. Thanks very much, Marco, and good luck with that. So we've all spoken about some of the basic science and how this is being applied today, but I'd like to ask the panel what new basic science and technological breakthroughs might accelerate our understanding of the pathophysiology of aging and the ways in which we can intervene. So what tools would you like to have that are not available now? How critical will development of new biosensor and biomarker technologies, for example, be to further progression in this area? James, would you like to start?
Sure, happy to jump in. So I think we almost have to kind of break this topic into into two because the field faces two such dramatically different challenges, right? The first challenge that we've mostly been talking about today is, can we take these drugs that have the potential to be used as preventatives, that are kind of multi-disease preventatives to extend healthy lifespan or slow aging, and can we get those drugs approved, shown to be safe and effective in some disease? The second challenge that I think you're alluding to here a little bit, Dave, is once you have those safe and effective drugs, how do you make that jump from treatment to prevention? Because that's, I think, why we're all in this field, is that jump to prevention. The first one is that you can't easily run a multi-disease prevention trial, right? It's just long and expensive, but it is possible. You just need to have a lot of long-term investment, like a lot of long-term investment to run this trial, and you need a safe and effective drug that isn't going to trip over its feet on some early endpoint tied deeply to mechanism, like Jens was saying. Like, you really need to understand the mechanism and what goes, something is going wrong in humans. And so you can run these trials, but they take a lot. The second challenge is that there's a shortcut to running those really long trials, which is to use a biomarker-based surrogate endpoint. And we don't have a suitable surrogate endpoint in this space to run those kind of trials today, but we're not that far. But such a surrogate endpoint isn't that far in the future, especially if we start doing a whole lot of placebo-controlled clinical trials with all of these drugs that are bubbling up in this field. And we're very careful about collecting data, placebo-controlled data from all of these spaces. I think Kristen's work at BioAge is a great example of this, where they've started pulling this data forward and are starting to run trials based on these interventions. And at Cambrian, we're doing exactly the same thing. That as we send programs into the clinic, we are doing trials in existing diseases, but pulling down all of this data that could be putative biomarkers of, I call it multi-morbidity risk, as opposed to biomarkers of aging, for every type of data set that has been proposed to be one of those biomarkers. And I think the field will narrow in on a surrogate biomarker, not next year, but also not too far in the future.
Rita, this must represent a challenge for you with a CNS focus as well. I'm sure you put a lot of thought into how you might be able to manage clinical studies with better biomarkers, for example, in the future.
Yeah, I think there are two really big issues when thinking about neurologic diseases that play out over many decades. The first one is biomarkers that define the run-up to the frank manifestation of disease. So the prodromal phase, where brain function is no longer optimal, pathology has begun to develop, but it falls just short of frank clinical manifestations. There's, I think, general unanimity that intervening in the prodrome would be optimal for reducing the manifestations of pathology on brain function and perhaps even delaying them. But we have a very poor understanding of what is the prodrome, when does it begin, how does it change over time? And I want to contrast that to how much our understanding of actual disease manifestation has exploded in the last decade. So we're currently in an era where we can integrate across the multiome, as Christian mentioned earlier, not just the transcriptome, but the proteome, the metabolome, the lipidome, et cetera, and really understand how we can get our hands on biomarkers of disease. And disease progression, and I guess the holy grail being biomarkers of therapeutic efficacy, right? But biomarkers that define the prodrome and an optimal window for intervention, I view as really the next frontier in neurologic diseases, and frankly, many others as well. And one that would, if we had those in hand, would greatly accelerate our ability to develop the right interventions for the right patients at the right time. The second point I'd like to make is that we have a really good understanding, and I think data sets at our disposal to integrate someone's polygenic risk score for disease, whether it's diseases of the brain or cardiovascular system or musculoskeletal system, with how their disease plays out in their lifetime. But what we don't really understand yet is how factors that are lifestyle factors, right? So what you eat, how much you exercise, how fit you keep your brain, how those impact polygenic risk score and the manifestation of disease in individuals. And I think once we have an understanding of that, we'll be in the era I think we all want to be, right? Which is having a number of simple sort of in the cupboard or in your home personal interventions that you can do given your particular genetic makeup to stave off the effects of disease, and then a host of pharmacological agents that will carry you the rest of the way to either abrogate the onset of pathology or mitigate its effects. I think that's a much longer term horizon, but I think all of us would like to be actively working in this field to make sure that we get there in a timely way.
Fantastic. Krishna, I'd like to come back to you a little bit and talk a bit more about how you're using longitudinal data sets and deep phenotyping to understand a little bit more about where the disease targets might lie. And ask whether you think there might be further opportunities for the sort of quick wins that we might consider metformin to be, for example. Do you think there are going to be some near-term success stories that we can look forward to over the coming years that really validate the kind of approach that you and others are taking in this area of really understanding disease phenotype and linking that to pathways and targets, some of which may already have existing molecules?
Yeah, I definitely feel there are going to be a lot of quick wins in the field. Again, just because so few things have been tried, right? And humans, like any other animal, have not been optimized for longevity, like in any way. If we learned anything from a decade of, invertebrate aging research, it's that there's actually, this is really where the first sort of wave of exciting new discoveries came, right? Back in the early 1990s, when Cynthia Kenyon and Gary Ruvkun showed you could delete one gene and double a worm's lifespan. Wow, right? But over the next few years, what scientists discovered was that you could actually, hundreds of genes, if you modified them to upregulate them or downregulate them, also extended lifespan. So it's not just one thing, it's going to be a lot of different mechanisms. And so I think there are going to be a lot of complementary pathways that you want to hit that together can be very additive. So at BioAge, and this is what you're alluding to, I think, we're focusing first on those easiest wins, right? So from our human data sets, we have discovered all these different pathways that matter for aging. And the question for us is, which ones do we bring to the clinic first? And that's an easy answer. It's the ones that are the closest to translation, the ones that are closest to patients. And there are pathways that emerge from our data where there was already a molecule out there that's been in a phase 1 study that's known to hit its target. We can go immediately into an acute indication, a phase 2 study, and get that real de-risking human data, right? Like the sort of the ultimate, importantly too, not just whether it works for that acute disease, but also the biomarkers of aging, which I think are a really critical component. Like ideally, this therapy isn't just relevant only to this one disease, but is fundamentally changing the way you age. And then building from there.
Jens or Marco, would you like to comment on these kind of near-term opportunities that might be appealing to the investment community as well?
Yeah, sure. And I mean, you mentioned metformin, and I think it's going to be great to see what Neil Barzilai's big TAME trial will bring us. But, the amazing thing is that it's really a spectrum, right? I mean, people, when you start talking with people about age-related disease, they say, well, it's too complicated, it's too complex. You will have to have so many different approaches to actually do something in combinations. And there will be combinations, there's no doubt about it. But we also know that single molecules already have an impact. And, we're involved with one company that's working rapamycin analogs. And rapamycin is one of those magic molecules that has been around for a long, long time. It has a liability, and people have not been able to really get rid of the liability. But that is changing now. There are at least 2 companies that have actually engineered out the liability, and those are going into the clinic next year. So we'll actually have some really short-term readouts of rapamycin effects. And I think that will be really, really interesting because people have been waiting for this a long time. And that's just one single molecule, but you can actually look from worms all the way through rodents and mammals, and you see that rapamycin at a low dose has a tremendous effect. So we'll try to sort this out, and I think that is one of the the short-term molecules that will come online. The other thing are just, general processes like autophagy or proteostasis in general, where we know that, proteostasis goes down with age. It's just out of whack. We get a lot of debris and, oxidized proteins that are hanging around. If we can just oil that engine again, it's a very simple thing to do. We believe it's going to be a complementary effect to whatever else you do specifically on targets, because you will help the cells to detoxify. You will help the cells to reduce oxidative stress. And I think there are several molecules that will be in the clinic. There are several autophagy inducers going into CNS. We have one company as well in that field. So I think in the next couple of years, you will see autophagy inducers or modulators, and you will get the first readouts in man. And I think those are some really short-term signals we'll see. And I think they will be very beneficial, either alone or again in combination with other very directed approaches.
Fantastic. Thanks, Jens.
Yeah,
Marco, is this something that would appeal to Fabian?
Yeah, I think so. Autophagy is of course one, but generally most cells do still harbor their own kind of cleaning systems in a certain way. So if you can help just cleaning up what is going bad, so aggregated proteins or whatever type it is, and get that balance back to kind of more the healthy side of things. I think there is definitely some things that Fabian is interested in, and I set up with a colleague. We co-founded Factory, which is a gene therapy company specifically looking at factorized antibodies against aggregated proteins in the brain, which is also looking at ALS, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and age-related diseases. So there we actually try to clean up the brain and help the brain to rebalance, let's say. I think so. And then if I may quickly respond to Kristen and Rita, and also James' comments on like the quick fix, or the getting something relatively quick in the next with trials of maybe like 6 months or a year or something, which is overseeable by most of us, and definitely by investors, which typically do not look at 20 or 30 years ahead. But if you can like very in detail look at what you're doing, what the biomarkers are that are changing in those like faster trials, or maybe up to a year, like CRP, like cholesterol in the past, that we have validated kind of important biomarkers, also for neuro, of course, neurofilament. Then you can use those biomarkers also for the longer run, and then you make that kind of that switch to more prevention, which is, again, it's another investment. It's long trials, but it's definitely something I would say a great start to look at.
We're moving into this decade of healthy aging, so it would be good for our panelists to have the opportunity to speculate a little bit on what benefits gerascience might bring to patients over the 10 years of this decade of healthy aging. So perhaps I'll go back to the start, James, and ask you to talk a little bit about what we can look forward to over the next 10 years.
Speculation about new technologies is always a minefield. And so I'm sure I can maybe create the disclaimer for everyone on the panel saying like, all right, let's drop the guard a little bit and talk a bit aspirationally, not necessarily this is what will definitely happen, tie me to a post if I'm wrong. And so where I think we're going is that there are two swim lanes that are charging ahead in the present day really aggressively, right? And we've touched on both of them in the conversation so far. The first is that we have all of these novel molecules, whether it's new variants of rapamycin, newly discovered molecules or mechanisms in aging, all of these different mechanisms that are charging forward to the novel drugs that will be safe and effective at treating an existing disease in the clinic. And I think that by the end of this the end of this decade, we're going to have the first few of those molecules. And I don't know if it's going to be 3 or 5 or 20, have either clinical proof of concept in humans or even the first few approvals starting to come through for those specific diseases, not for use in prevention yet, because those trials just take too long. And then the second swim lane that's charging ahead is this biomarkers and how do you run a trial for prevention kind of, push that is happening all over the world. And I think we're going to have the first 1 or 2, and I don't know if it's metformin or alpha-ketoglutarate, which is a non-drug compound that's where human trials are starting in Singapore, or one of the other 3 or 4 molecules that you could run one of these prevention trials for today. But I think we're going to see some human data coming out of those first couple of human trials this decade, and that's going to create a framework to run better and faster trials in this broader longevity space towards the end of this decade. And we're going to really explode into next decade, into the 2030s, where all of a sudden all of the innovation that's been made in the lab in the last 5 years enters the clinic in the next 5 years, will be used for prevention in the first part of the 2030s. That's my prognostication. I don't know if the rest of the group would agree with that, but that's where I see this field going in a broad in broad strokes.
That's a very positive framework, James, and thanks very much for sharing that with us. Rita, perhaps to look to the CNS space specifically, what are your hopes and aspirations for the next 10 years?
I love the way James framed the 2 swim lanes, and I think I'm going to use that analogy in the future and in other discussions. But one is, of course, I think we're going to see the readout in the next 3 to 5 years of some of the most impactful, potentially disease-modifying therapies for CNS diseases, including in ALS and in Parkinson's, and maybe on more of a little bit longer timeline, some of the really interesting drugs that are being tested in the clinic for subsets of Alzheimer's spectrum disease. So I think lots of information about the efficacy of those drugs, and you're going to see an explosion of approaches that build on from those. Completely agree with James about the explosion in biomarkers and how that could lead us to thinking about prevention in novel ways, not only from the point of view of clinical trials, but also I think the kind of distant horizon, if I could look out to the very end of the decade, I think we're going to see an explosion of approaches in the epidemiology of prevention. So lifestyle choices, that intersection, as I was saying before, between your genetics and the choices you make and the way you live your life, and how that affects the appearance and the development of diseases in populations, sort of precision medicine of aging that is currently lacking really good epidemiology to support it. So prevention being within our grasp, I think, as a concept, as a scientifically testable set of hypotheses by the end of the decade.
Fantastic. Thanks, Rita. Kristen, you're marching into the clinic with molecules now. What do you expect to deliver, and how do you expect to grow on the progress you've already made over the next 10 years?
Yeah, I think it's a really exciting decade for the field. I mean, I think that over the next 10 years, we and other companies on this call even, right, we'll probably try at least 10 different mechanisms of aging, like in human clinical trials. And that's never been true in the history of the field before. And honestly, 10 feels on the low side. Probably we can handle more than that, right? And I guess too, that I think that at least a couple of those are going to work, like not only for their initial indications, not only for improving biomarkers in the near term, but ultimately also to extend health span, to add years to healthy life. And I also think that for all of us, that those first approvals for drugs that are really targeting mechanisms of aging are going to, again, sort of make the space grow even more, right? Like seeing that first sort of victory, I think, will help resource the space even more.
Fantastic. Thanks, Kristen. Marco, as an investor, what do you hope for your portfolio companies to deliver over the next 10 years?
Well, let's again use the analogy of James, but actually I'm a keen marathon runner, which typically goes a bit faster, but of course also needs some duration, durability. So I guess it's gonna take a lot of time, but a lot of money too. But I think that is available for great ideas, and definitely, well, Jens has actually a specific fund for healthy aging, and also Forbion is really onto that. So it's very exciting to be with those great scientists and co-founders of those companies. So an easy one, I think I could say, is in 10-20 years from now, we most likely live longer than we do now, with many more treatment options. And I would like to see, and I think we will see the biggest strides in neuro and CNS diseases. There is so much still unknown. With all the technologies we discussed today, with all the technologies and all the efforts that are ongoing, and all the clinical trials that are ongoing, and many will fail, we know, right? Many, especially in neuro, many will fail. But also from those failed trials, as long as we kind of combine that knowledge and understand what we are trying to do, I'm sure we'll make a great improvement. But it's also a hope, I would say, and not only an expectation. So I think that is an important one. And then, of course, it's not only age healthy, but also live healthy, right? So there's a lot of things we can do ourselves by not taking drugs and prevent diseases.
Thanks, Marco. Jens, I'd like to give you the chance to make a few closing comments yourself on, what you think the next 10 years will hold for this area of science.
Yeah, so I think I'll take it even broader. And I think this will be the decade where we see the paradigm shift from the way how medicine is done today, namely that you wait for a disease, you go to the doctor, and then you get a pill. I think we will see a future where you get a risk assessment somewhere in mid-age, you know your risk, and disease and medicine is more risk management than actually treatment of diseases. And I think that will completely change the way how we look at disease. And it will be ultra personalized. I think everybody will have the tools to actually go on a very personal health journey through their lives. And we will have tools, be it on measuring where your health is, to also actually early intervention, so that healthy aging and healthy living in old age becomes reality. So I think the next 10 years will be the beginning of that paradigm shift.
Jens, thanks very much. It seems like we have a lot of great impactful science to look forward to in this field. So on behalf of our audience and patients everywhere, I'd like to thank you all for your contributions to this increasingly important area of science. Rita, Kristen, James, Marco, and Jens, many thanks for joining us today, and our best wishes for your continued success. I look forward to discussing progress with all your ventures as we move through this decade of healthy aging. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2021 marks the beginning of the United Nations Decade of Healthy Aging and a new era full of challenges and opportunities ahead. We pledge our support of this UN initiative and ask ourselves, what can we do to create age-friendly and age-ready communities? How will technologies shape this new era? And what will 2030 look like? In this closing session, Joseph Coughlin, founder and director of the MIT Age Lab, shares his vision for the future.
Thank you so much for having me. I am delighted to be here to speak about a future that all of us hope to share, living longer and living better. But let me begin with a story. Let me talk to you about Sarah Noss. She's one of the people that helped inspire me to start the Age Lab here at MIT. Sarah Noss in 1999 celebrated her 119th birthday. Imagine that, 119 years. And at that birthday, she was asked by a journalist, if you can imagine, shall we say the courage or the chutzpah, to ask a woman on her 119th birthday, Ms. Noss, why do you enjoy living so long? She came back with an answer far more powerful, far more insightful. than any researcher, doctor, policymaker, or pundit. She said, "I enjoy my life because I have my health and I can do things." You see, ladies and gentlemen, the future of healthy aging is not necessarily the absence of chronic conditions, but rather the ability to be able to do those things that make us happy and to continue to do things. It is not one or the other. My team at the MIT Age Lab, we are based in the School of Engineering, but we draw across the institute because aging is a multidisciplinary sport. We don't want to just think about whether or not your blood pressure has been taken or your medications have been taken on time. Well-being is far more holistic. Healthy aging is more than simply the absence of chronic conditions or even how well they're managed. It is about doing those things. So my team is one half every flavor of psychology and social science you can imagine, 1/3 engineering and data science, and another third of social work, anthropology, political science, and the like. You see, we need to rethink the institutions, the infrastructure, and yes, the technologies of how well we live life today and eventually tomorrow. Our focus is on the built environment and markets and policy. We're envisioning the home no longer simply as a place to live, but as a platform of services that provide convenience, connectivity, and ultimately care. We're not just thinking about the age-friendly community. No, we want to think about the age-ready community where there's transportation, accessibility, and the intensity and density of activities that truly excite and delight and are accessible to all of any age or any condition. We're also rethinking this notion of retirement. What is it? How do we plan for it? How do we save for it? What are the technologies and the behaviors that we need to live longer and better? And then finally, caregiving. At some point, all of us will either be giving care to a loved one or receiving care. We are developing the largest panel study in the world of caregiving to understand those micro moments of what we will need, what we will expect, and how technology will help us live longer and better and provide care, supporting not just the well-being of those we care for, but of the caregiver too. But let me tell another little story to get into the technologies and that vision, if you will, of where we must aim with technology to promote healthy aging in the coming decade. Here's a story. You know, the most powerful technology in the world is not the internet, the genome, space travel, or any of that. No, actually not. The most powerful technology in the world is the oldest. It's the story. You see, the story explains why we do certain things and why we don't do others. What's possible, what's impossible, what's acceptable, what's affordable. The story is how we make sense of the world. But here's the thing I want you to think about. Old age, as I write in my book, The Longevity Economy, is a story that's made up. Yes, you heard it here first. Old age is made up. Well, at least the way we think about old age worldwide. You see, in the 1800s, medical science, particularly in the UK and parts of Europe, and then expanded around the world, said that basically old age was about how much energy you had, how much vital force you had. You see, the argument was that you were born with a certain amount of vital energy or vital force. And if you drained it down by working or frankly doing anything fun, you would become tired. But here's the thing about stories. They not only make sense of our world, they help us make new language. You'd become so tired you would not be able to work. Therefore, you would have to, you heard me, retire. You see, stories help us make sense of the world, but also, shall we say, pin us into a corner of how we look at the world. And by the way, in the 1800s, early 1900s, if you did not work and did not have family to care for you, you were poor. And by the way, you would end up going to alms homes, poor homes, which by the way, then turned into nursing homes, which then turned into funeral homes. You see, the story of old age, as we still adhere to it sadly today, tells a story of making the single greatest achievement of humankind, I believe, older age, or living longer, 30 to 40 years longer for many of us in the world than in 1900, not into a great achievement or an opportunity to be won, but rather a problem to be solved. Ladies and gentlemen, technology for healthy aging tomorrow is about understanding the opportunity not just to live longer, but indeed to live better. This story of old age has made us only invest in things like senior housing or services that say, help, I've fallen, I can't get up. Imagine this. Those services, personal emergency response systems, or social alarms, absolutely necessary, absolutely helpful for many. But only 35% of people over age 75 in an Age Lab survey identified themselves as old. But 100% of people who wear something on their jacket or their wrist or a pendant that say, I'm about to fall down, know that they're old. You see, the future of technology will be technology by stealth. How do we age well without having to admit what we've lost, but rather the independence that we've gained? It must be more than reminding us to simply take our medications, to check our blood pressure, and have countless technology devices in our lives, in our homes, in our cars, wherever they may be, that are big, that are beige, that are boring. No, design in the future of technology will matter as much as the functionality. We know that during COVID, that many of us had the opportunity not just to buy toilet paper during the pandemic, but to buy technology by the pallet load. We saw smart speakers, smart doorknobs, smart scales, whatever it might be. We realized that technology and access to that technology was critical to providing high-tech care and to maintain connectivity. But the future of technology is going to be undergoing four waves of how technology is advancing over the next decade. The first wave, and none of these have totally receded, was about making technology, shall we say, accessible in terms of interface. The buttons are big enough, you can read the font, that frankly, it was all about what was lost by the user, not how good the technology could be. We certainly are seeing a new future where aging is smart. But unfortunately, smart also meant that it was always a medical problem. It was always about the frailty rather than the well-being or preserving your well-being. We've seen smart toilets that, shall we say, can download from the user your body weight, your medication, and upload that to a nutrition site, whatever it might be. Not incorrect, but woefully incomplete as to what true health and well-being is about. We're now in an era where we're looking at technology as an economic opportunity. Countless companies and even governments are now thinking about the silver economy or the silver wave, or as I dub it, the longevity economy, as an opportunity. Again, not incorrect, but very incomplete. We now need to think of the future of technology about inclusion and equity, affordability, accessibility, even knowing that it's out there. In the coming decade, we will see a rise of integrators and information technology that will help people understand what technology is available, how they can use it, and how they can integrate it into their home. How will this be done? We now need not just to think about new sensors or molecules or new technologies that are in countless laboratories waiting to be in countless living rooms. No, we now need to think about innovative partnerships, policies, and promotion and markets, if you will, to make these technologies available to as many people as all. And this is too big for government. It is too big for business alone. We need creative and unprecedented partnerships between NGOs, government, business, universities, and by the way, at multiple levels, at national levels, global levels, and indeed community levels. You see, aging is discussed at the national and international level, but we age locally. So let me bring this around to where technology is going. It is not just simply about my medication and my health. It is about function. It's about our friends. It's about fun. It's about fashion. All well-being, not simply health as we know it. We have the certain future of having robots in our lives, in our homes, wherever they may be, that will remind us of behaviors to help manage, monitor, and motivate everything from medication, nutrition, social connection. We're seeing our kitchens and bathrooms change where things are so connected that outside service providers will start to, shall we say, lend a hand where family may not be able to. My friends at the MIT Age Lab and my colleagues envision the home as a service platform that begins with simple, the house that many of us grew up with, that we were lucky to have electricity, all the way to a home, if you will, that will be serving as a companion and be able to sense and proactively engage you, whether there's a problem or not. We know that technology is also going to have to create new linkages to friends and fun. We learned during the pandemic and certainly before that social isolation suffered by older adults is the physical equivalent of smoking 11 to 15 cigarettes per day. It's not just about loneliness, it's about depression, cardiovascular disease, and the like. We're seeing digital technologies, whether it's social media or not, starting to connect older people. Certainly the digital divide amongst the ages is not closed yet, but in the coming decade, we envision to be more close, where we're connected not just with family, but with friends and service providers. We're seeing gamification that we thought was only the province of the young become a way for young older people, if you will, to maintain physical fitness and to have fun across borders, across countries and time zones. We're seeing virtual reality, augmented reality, or as we're calling it these days, the metaverse, not be simply a way of envisioning the future, but also envisioning fun, travel. If you're too frail to be able to travel someplace, maybe virtual will be an alternative that will bring a smile, start a conversation, and make you feel connected. And yes, in the coming decades, social robots will become greater than we've ever seen before. Not just to take your medication, to remind you to take all those things that you need to be healthy about, but to tell a joke, share a recipe, be more engaging, to be the pipeline, if you will, to friends and family that may not be with you. And by the way, high tech will never, I believe, to be a substitute for high touch. But in lieu of family, in lieu of friends, or if you're living in conditions where high touch is not possible, high tech will be that substitute. And by the way, the future of technology will not just be about monitoring your well-being and monitoring and motivating and managing how you live wherever you may be. It'll also be about looking good. Remember, living longer and living better. We buy products and services not simply because of what they do for us, but what they say about us. So having technologies that say, I may be older, but I'm cool. I may be older, but I'm fashionable. So whether it's hearables or wearables or eventually implantables, these new technologies will help us age by stealth. So suddenly the devices that we use will no longer be about what you've lost, but about the lifestyle you seek to gain. Let me end on the following note. Vannevar Bush, the then Dean of Engineering and Science Advisor to President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, said that science and technology was an endless frontier. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to think over the next decade, in celebration of the UN Decade in Healthy Aging, to be an endless frontier, as Sarah Noss said, not simply to think about the biological, the physiological age, but to understand how it is an endless frontier to create new ways, new partnerships, new experiences to help us live longer and better and happier lives. Thank you so much for having me. It's been a delight, and have a great new year ahead.